Cool. Scratch 6, Klimto Glory. Excuse me, that is not a scratch of number 6. It's scratch numbers 2 and 5. No scratch of the 6. Number 6, Klimto Glory, is not scratched. 8 is Charlie's Ghost scratched. Scratch number 12, Pagoda. Be advised of a jockey change of number 11, Crosby Beach to Tyler Bays. Klimto Glory should be listed as a Ridgeling and runs. Jockey changes on number 11, Crosby Beach to Tyler Bays. Early pick 5 starts with race 1. Second race begins the early pick 4. No scratches or jockey changes. The third race is the J. Privman Hall of Fame purse. Scratch 3, Noble Hearted. Scratch 7, She's Devoted. And scratch 8, New Pie Lambda. No high 5 wagering in race 3. In the fourth race today, no changes. We have a middle pick 4 starting with race 5, the grade 2 San Gabriel, to be run on the main track. There is no show or super high 5 wagering. Scratch 4, Hit the Road. Scratch 5, Majestic Eagle. Scratch 6, Red Storm Risen. 4, 5, and 6 are out. Revised morning line is up. Sixth race, the grade 2 San Antonio, starts the 20-cent Rainbow Pick 6. Just the blinker notes for 4 and 5. In the seventh, the Santa Anita Mathis Mile off the turf. Scratch 4, Zaffarelli, late pick 5, starts with the 7th. Eighth is the grade 1 La Brea. And it's the start of the late pick 4, no changes. Ninth race, scratch 3, Ultimate High, 5, Gleska Gal, and 7, Inner Beauty. Race 9, scratch numbers 3, 5, and 7. An additional scratch has just come in for number 9, Christmas Surprise. 3, 5, 7, and 9 are now out. No high 5 wagering in the 9th. 10th is the grade 1 Run Happy Malibu. Start of the golden hour, pick 4, no changes. And the 11th, the grade 1 American Oaks, now to be run at 1.25 miles on the main track. We have a program scratch of number 10, Eddie's New Dream Golden Hour Double, starts with race 11. Enjoy your day at the Great Race Place. It's opening day, and they'll be at the gate for the opener in 23 minutes. Fast track and off the turf.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos días a todos. In this first race here, but first, que dice ese traque es rápido, yo creo hay poquita mojadita porque acá en California estaba 9 todo el día ayer. So, puede estar mojada poquito abajo de la tierra. It may be a little wet down below because it's been raining here pretty much all day yesterday. And we had a little rain in the early morning, but it'll probably go down to dry up fast. But we're gonna have rain all week, so tomorrow's card probably track for wet rain. If you guys like the channel, subscribe to the channel and ring the bell so you know each time when I come back on.
got everybody in this first race off the turf to kick off the pick five. Before we get into any further, let's talk about some works courtesy of our partners at XBTV. The first up is the 3-horse. Oh, Peter Urton sends out a son of Twirling Candy.
I like this work from him. He is actually going to be along the inside here. He's working in company with Noble Hearted, who was supposed to run later on the card, was scratched, but Noble Hearted is a maiden special weight winner. Sweet Savant had the advantage, and you can see Noble Hearted is going to make up some ground. But what I like the most about this work is the tenacity that shows here. He's going to get a little bit of encouragement from his rider, but you see he is going to extend his stride. And I like this. When Noble Hearted gets a little closer, you can see his right ear kind of flicking back like, do you want me to stay in front? Do you want me to keep there? I mean, at this point, his rider's standing up. This is all on the horse's own volition. So overall, a really good work from an unstarted 2-year-old. And now that we're on the main track here, that bodes even better for him.
Indeed. 10-horse Kintaro de Oro, a 2-year-old Ridgeling, the son of Kintharos.
Now, this is his most recent work here at Santa Anita on the main track. The work time wasn't fast, but what I like to see is that his rider, JJ Hernandez, is going to be aboard for this work. And this colt needs a lot of encouragement. You know, some of us are just not go out and do it yourself kind of people. You can see JJ's riding him. He's throwing the reins at him. The horse comes in a little bit. He's continuously shoving on him. Some horses are just a little, we call it lazy, for lack of a better word. This is kind of like me when I'm, working out. They're like, come on, Michelle, keep going. You got that one more thing, right? The Peloton guy. JJ's being the Peloton guy right here, right? Come on, guy, one more stride. And you can see the horse galloped out really well as well. So I like the fact that this rider is going to know what this horse is going to need, and that's just a little extra encouragement. Some horses you just smooch and they're gone. They have a whole other gear. Some horses you got to work a little bit harder for and pedal them along.
Well, as you all know, with those Pelotons, I can tell you right now, Michelle.
I literally have never been on a Peloton.
I was going to say you unplugged the screen, but I guess that's probably the same thing. Horses coming into the ring, a pick 5. Obviously, we did a little adjustments here. Mine is a rather small $18 ticket. We'll show you those in just a little bit, but we're all about the live horses. So let's take a look at the field as they come out. Currently, the 4-horse Black Adder, the 5-2 favorite, but that is the 1-horse Maynard coming back on for Cliff Sice. Intriguing horse.
Yeah, Maynard did debut on the turf, obviously comes onto the main. Unfortunately for him, he draws the rail, and he was a little green, I'll say, in his debut race where he was in the 2-hole. He pulled early is what the comment line reads, and then he had to come wide after all. I think that this horse just needs a little bit of maturation. I don't mind him coming onto the main track. As you see, he has a couple of snappy works down at San Luis Rey, and Cliff Sice with maidens making their second start hits at 22%, Pete.
Absolutely. The horses in front of us here. I got to get your thought on this. With the race coming off the turf, I thought the 11 Crosby Beach makes a lot of sense from a possible theft.
Yes, I like Crosby Beach a lot in here. For Michael McCarthy, back-to-back maiden races on the turf routing, so sometimes we go sprint to a route. This horse, they've always known he wants to go 2 turns. From a pedigree standpoint, dirt should be just fine. He has one okay work at the main here, but Mike McCarthy doesn't always work a ton of his horses really fast. These are nice, steady, mile-type horse works. Like you said, could be a possible theft as he showed a new dimension last time going on the front end, and he hung around pretty much till the end of it after not breaking great as well. He's going to get the riding services once again of Jose Ortiz, who's in to ride our opening day card.
Love to see that, and also welcome Mr. Johnny V, John Velasquez, now part of the Santa Anita Riding Colony this winter. 10 minutes to post for race number 1. The pools currently, we will get them to you here. This is the early pick 5 with a pool right now at $288,162. The horses have riders up, and as they come out on the track, again, on behalf of everyone here at the Strana Group, we would like to welcome you to opening day here at beautiful Santa Anita Park.
For this race, for a price that you guys can into your exotic place, I like the looks of the number 6. En esta carrera, para un precio que puedes usar en tus exactos y trifectas, me gusta el número 6. Buena suerte a todos. Good luck to everyone.
Welcome to opening day at Santa Anita Park, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Cohen, Rick Tyree, and Bill Frazier calling them onto the track for race number 1. The track is fast. We are off the turf throughout the day. Scratch number 2, Wellsworth. Scratch 5, Birth of Cool. Scratch 8, Charlie's Ghost. And scratch number 12, Pacoda. 8 minutes to post the first race to start of the 50-cent early pick 5. This race to be run at a mile on the main track.
Well, happening opening day for a Millie down here in the paddock, and want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a merry opening day. Let's get started with this first race. Now looking at the tote board here, 2 horses that are really getting some action. The number 4, that is Blackadder, and the number 7 at 5-2, that is a lottery pick. I'll start with Blackadder. And watching his works in the morning, he looks like a colt that, although he's had a couple of races under his belt, he's still just learning and figuring his big body out. I think he's going to need some development. He'd worked much better on the training track than he had done on the main track, and that's the reason why he was going over to the grass. So with this race being scratched off the turf now, my question is, will Blackadder like the slightly tighter track he'll feel today on the main track? But again, a horse that I think will ideally be better when he runs on the turf course. Now, the number 7 lottery pick, who's 5-2 currently, drew an outside post, and he draws a better post this afternoon. The reason Pete put this 2-year-old colt on the turf for the first time was because he trained so well over the training track, so they went in that direction. He ran very well, and then he wasn't going to get in on the maiden race that was on the same deal as the stake race. So he ended up in there, drew wide, and again ran very well. He weighs about 1,166 pounds. He does not look like a turf horse. Big strapping son of American freedom. So I'm going to give him a chance. Pete said earlier in the week to me that he wouldn't be afraid to run this horse if the race came off the grass and he gets Flavien Prat aboard. That is race number 1 coming up in 5 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. 4 minutes to post race number 1. The pool right now, 369,481. A robust early pick 5. Who else intrigues you?
Well, looking at this race, we heard Millie talking about Blackadder, although she was talking me off of him instead of more onto him. I did like lottery pick, like we saw his works, Crosby Beach, and then I think we didn't really talk about the 10 Cantaro d'Oro. We watched his work, which I did like, but I think he's intriguing here as he drops back in to Maiden Company after trying Stakes Company last time out. I think clearly his route races are better than his sprint races. Hopefully that's the case, and it's not the fact that he didn't like dirt in his first 2 outs. You can see he was beaten double digits in both of those affairs, but again, they were sprinting, and sometimes a horse that's a great sprinter cannot go a route of ground or vice versa. So I'm hoping this horse can handle the main just as long as it's going 2 turns.
when you're dealing with a race like this, where for the most part, most of these horses, turf types, not a lot of experience on the dirt outside of maybe working, what are you looking for in a horse?
Well, I am looking for positive work. So I want to see a horse that's able to handle the main track in the morning. But of course, you have to take that in with a grain of salt when you're looking at the connections. Some trainers just don't work their horses fast regardless. So I'm definitely looking for that. I also, if we've seen them run, try and watch them and see how they move their literal action over the turf course. Does it look like they can handle the dirt? Does it look like they're going to only be a turf horse just by the way that they move? And also, I take into consideration if they've never run on the main track, their running style, because if you have a horse that comes from behind and you stick them on the main track, there's definitely going to be dirt in their face, and they just might not like that if they don't have a lot of speed, and that can just take a horse out of their game naturally. You'll see a lot of first-time starters so that if they get that dirt kicked in their face, they kind of put their head up in the air and they're like, whoa, what happened there?
Yeah. I want to give a kudos out to the track maintenance team. Amazing to get this as a fast track. We've had steady rain for the last 4 or 5 days and cold temperatures. So a big tip of the cap to them.
And I did want to mention as well, I thought that Jose Ortiz was riding Crosby Beach, but the late scratches when they came out included Tyler Bays actually aboard that Mike McCarthy training.
All right. Horses coming out. We'll be hearing from Zoe Cadman. Coming up now, Zoe, happy holidays and good afternoon.
Thanks so much, Pete and Michelle down here by the starting gate. Got a good chance to see these guys warm up. And I've got to tell you, there was one that was a standout for me in this opening day card, and that is the 11. Crosby Beach does get a new rider in Tyler Bays aboard. Just had an absolutely fantastic warm up next to the pony. This horse looks fit, looks healthy. The son of Gormley, will have to see how he handles the main track. But honestly, Gormley handled the main track just fine. So I think Crosby Beach, watching him warm up, he's alert, he's got his ears pricked, he's enjoying the sunshine here at Santa Anita, trained by Michael McCarthy, who's winning at 16% on the year. To me, just on watching these guys warm up, I think the 11, Crosby Beach, is a standout.
Although it says it's a fast track, just believe that it's gonna be a little wet down below, so it's gonna be a little moisture. So you better pay attention with that because we're gonna be getting rain all week this week in California. Another one at a price. Again, I like the 6, but another one at a decent little price,
Less
at a
than
big
a minute.
price,
Field coming to the
is
gate
the
now.
number 9. En esta carrera me voy a jugar precios que precisan tu exactas y trifectas. El 6 y el 9. Buena suerte a todos. Good luck to everyone.
It's post time. The horses are at the gate. Two more left to load. Crosby Beach, 34 coupe. They're in the gate. And they're off at the Great Race Place. Crosby Beach out quickly. There goes 34 coupe on the outside. And Kentaro Doro is out quickly as well. Here's Climb to Glory coming through along the inside, and he's fastest of them all and takes the lead into the first turn. They're followed by Maynard, who's in the 5th spot, racing just inside Lottery Pick, and a 3-wide Sundown Warren's about 6 lengths off the pace. It's another 4 back to Blackadder, and Sweet Savant is at the back of the field. They're onto the backstretch, and it's Climb to Glory showing the way. Has it by 3/4 of a length. Crosby Beach racing in second. 34 Coupe, 3 wide, just a length off the leader in third. Then Kentaro Doro in the Yellow Silks fourth. Lottery Pick is racing in between horses, and Maynard at the rail has 4 to make up with a half-mile left to run. Sundown Warren is next. Still a gap of 5 back to Blackadder, who's 3 in front of Sweet Savant. Around the far turn they go. And now 34 Coupe puts his head in front, immediately tackled by Kentaro Doro as Crosby Beach is back to third. Then it's Lottery Pick by himself in fourth, has 3 lengths to make up. From the back, Blackadder is starting to pick up some momentum. They're at the top of the stretch. Kentaro Doro is the one to catch, chased intently by Blackadder, who's coming after him in second. 34 Coupe is down at the rail. Blackadder takes aim now with a 16th of a mile to go, and Blackadder takes command under Johnny V, who gets a warm welcome to Southern California. Blackadder wins the opener. Second to Kentaro Doro.
In the second race, I'm gonna kind of pass on because it looks like it's to be the obvious favorite, the number one. But I'm gonna keep an eye on the horses, and then I'll give you one on the price that you guys can add on to your exotic plays. En esta carrera no voy a jugar porque yo creo que el número uno va a estar muy facilito a ganar esta carrera. Pues me voy a ver para un caballo para un precio que puedes usar en tus exactas y trifectas. En el números para un precio, en esta carrera número 2, yo creo que el número 3 va a tener un buen chance que puedes usar en tus exactas y trifectas.
think that Pratt might be a difference maker for him. We have seen him get a lot out of horses, especially late. So maybe that is the true reason he'll be able to win here, as Flavien can carry him. But Pete, I wanted to include a really long shot in here as my second pick, actually, and that's the 4 Rookie Mistake. 16-1 right now, twice his morning line for trainer Doug O'Neill. Now, his last couple of outs have not been stellar. He's never won at Santa Anita, though he does own win over the main track. It was back in September of last year. But we get back to dirt for this horse, not in stakes company, right? That's the key. His last couple of dirt efforts have been against stakes types. He's just not that good. We get back against allowance foes, and like I said, he did win an allowance race at Del Mar on the main track. So I think all those things combined can really lead Rookie Mistake to putting up a better than anticipated effort when you're looking at him as your second longest shot on the board.
And I'll tell you something, this is a race, as I just mentioned a moment ago, where you've got 6 horses, 5 of them all share the same thing. They don't want to be quote unquote on the lead, but they want to be very, very close. If this bunches up going that far turn, you almost feel like Rookie Mistake might be getting a gift here.
I would say they're not going to bunch up, right? You have Emily Ellingwood aboard a Dan Karate horse coming off a runner-up effort at Del Mar, so they get a cutback in distance from going 7 back to 6 where this horse was the winner. I say they send.
All right. 5-horse Sumo. Johnny V looking for both ends of the double here for trainer Bob Baffert. 3-year-old, not this time. Last time out going 6.5. Just wasn't their day, I guess would be the easiest way to put it. If you go back to the last 2 races, I think it could put them in the winner's circle. And the fact that they draw the outside to most of these horses gives them that tactical advantage.
And the running style should suit for that outside draw as well. Bob Baffert, so proficient, 31% for the year, 32% on the main track. And him and Johnny V teamed together, by the way, Pete, here at 40%. That's a solid number.
Horse is just about ready for riders up as they're coming into here. Half right, the 2 we didn't get a chance to talk about. Steve Knapp sends out, coming off the win against Starter Group across town over at Los Al, going 5.5.
The majority of this field is 3-year-olds, and you'll see he's a 3-year-old in here as well, stepping up, like you said, from that starter race, but he's stretching out in distance as well. And I think that's the drawback, Pete. I don't necessarily mind him stepping up in company. Some of the horses that he beat at the Los Al race were decent enough, but I don't know if he wants to go this far. He's never even hit the board when going 6.
Seed of Success, he discussed the 5 Sumo, and then, of course, on the outside is the 6. Notre Dame, 6-1 here for trainer Doug O'Neill. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, it took him off just the last time. Prior to that, he did wear blinkers in all of those other races. Obviously, it was not the result that they wanted, though he did show pace. It was also going a route of ground, and maybe that's not what he wants. Could be company. I'm not entirely sure, because he's had enough races at this level where some good finishes, not necessarily wins, but good finishes say maybe, but this is a salty field.
Horses coming out on the track, the pick 4 pool at 66,993 and climbing. 10 minutes to post, race number 2.
Horses heading onto the track for race 2. It's the start of the early pick 4. Post time in 9 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, here at Santa Anita Park, fan safety is our top priority. Per the order of the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, all guests are required to wear a mask, except while actively eating or drinking. For complete information about our health and safety protocols, please visit santaanita.com/health.
Buena suerte. If I was going to do a play here, I would do the 1, 2, and 3. The 2 and the 3 look very nice out on the track warming up. En este track, en el carrera número 2, yo me voy a irme con el 1, 2 y 3. Porque el 2 y el 3 miren muy fino en el track ahorita. Para precios, el 2 y el 3 con el 1 lo puedes hacer exacta y trifectas como quieran. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos.
I'm alongside trainer Dan Azicard, who has Sea to Success in here. Dan, looking at his form, you could have claimed him for 32, but you waited for 50,000.
We tried to claim him for 20 and got outshook by Reed Saldana. And then we were going to claim him for 32, and the money didn't get wired here in time. It was 2 hours later. And so when the horse came in for 50,000, she sent the money, got it here in time, and we spent another 20,000 to claim it for 50. But there's a story about that. She wanted to claim the horse at Oaklawn Park, and her dad was a trainer there, and he was going to claim the horse. And the night before he was going to claim the horse, he had a heart attack and died. So it's a sentimental claim for her. So money wasn't an object. So we tried to claim for 20. Money didn't get here for 32. And she said, you know what, this is sentimental. I'm doing this for my dad. So 50,000. We're just going to claim the horse just to have the horse for him.
Well, maybe there's an angel looking down on you guys today.
Well, I hope so. I hope so.
Just quickly tell me about the splits last time, because they seemed awfully fast that he ran in.
Well, that day there was a big tailwind. The winds were blowing, I mean, ridiculously hard down the backside, and all the horses were just kind of pushed along to the turn. And I think that's where you got the quick splits. We thought maybe the timers were not malfunctioning and stuff, but they never corrected the time. So we got to think it was that breeze that was blowing them all down the backside, because those were some fast times.
Well, let's hope to get a price in here with your $50,000 claimer, Dan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to everyone. Hope you guys, we have a great week and then we make some money next year. Some big money. Because I'm going to be trying to save up so I can get into my trainer and we can get a horse claimed and ready to go.
Zoe Cadman down here at the starting gate on an absolutely glorious opening day. Kudos to the track superintendent here for getting this main track in such good shape, because we did have an awful lot of rain in this Southern California area. Watching these guys warm up, I'm with Michelle. I like a long shot in here. His name is Rookie Mistake, trained by Doug O'Neill, just coming by here beside me. He's got good form here over the track at Santa Anita and gets his regular ride out. I love it when the Doug O'Neill horses go from turf to dirt. He looks like a happy horse coming in, but he's not a very big horse. If you watch him just walking along there, you'll see a towering figure right behind him, and that is the 5 Sumo, who will be my top pick in here. Johnny V looking for the early double here, warmed up tremendously well. I believe Millie Michelle already mentioned Johnny V's stats with Bob Baffert this year alone already. Bob Baffert, a Hall of Fame trainer. Johnny V, a Hall of Fame rider, just coming out here to basically take it easy at Santa Anita for this long meet that we have here, and he'll be here for the whole meet. He's come in with his wife Fiona and will be staying close by, so we wish Johnny V the very best of luck out here. He does have a superb record with Hall of Famer Bob Baffert, and looks like he's going to try and kick off the early double here with a Bob Baffert double with a Sumo here, currently favored right now as the horses come up to the gate for race number 2. Best of luck.
The horses are at the gate for the second start of the early pick 4. It's post time. Moving into line for the second race. First 3 have gone in. Here's Sumo. C to Success. Notre Dame. And they're off. Rookie Mistake out quickly, but it's C to Success who's a little bit quicker, and C to Success takes the lead. Notre Dame will press from the outside second. Then half right third. Sumo inches up 3 wide. Escape Route is down at the rail, and Rookie Mistake, who broke well, trails with about 5 or 6 to make up. Notre Dame will lead them to the half-mile pole. Opens up a length and a half on C to Success. Half right. Sumo, widest of all, moves up a joint second. 2.5 more. Escape Route, 4.5 off the lead. And Rookie Mistake at the back. 3 furlongs from the money. Notre Dame to catch, 2.5 length lead. Sumo now moves into second. C to Success, half right is in between them. Then Escape Route will angle and have to go probably 4 wide. At the back is Rookie Mistake. Notre Dame at the top of the stretch has it by 2 lengths. Sumo on the outside. Escape Route is now starting to get underway. And down at the rail, Seed of Success. Final furlong. Notre Dame 3-length lead. Escape Route clearly into second. It's Notre Dame who has an insurmountable lead, however, and it will be Notre Dame and Diego Herrera to score by almost 3. Escape Route second. Sumo third. Seed of Success was fourth.
En carrera número 3, por el número me gusta el número 9. Pues me voy a ver para un precio. Me tengo unos caballos que me voy a estar viendo. In this race, I like the number 9 by the stats. But then I'm going to look at the horses when they come out to the track and warming up to give you guys a price horse. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos.
a long stretch over at Los Alamitos too. So there's a lot of things that are going to be changing as she comes over here. And you can see she has a solid series of works on the main track, including a nice 59 on the training track December 19th.
Yeah, that's the one race that makes the factor, makes it very palatable. I see it 1-2. However, I did include, when the race came off the turf, the horse on the outside who's getting play now, and that's the 9 California Kook. Not just because of the cool name. Ruben Alvarado takes over for the barn, looking for the second winner of the year. A horse that just has experience, at least on the dirt. Del Mar going a mile was a winner. August 22nd also at Del Mar against Optional 40 Group was a winner. And yes, it's a cutback, 6.5 furlongs, but I would have to think this horse will have at least a piece of the race.
Oh, 1,000%. This filly's got very good dirt form. You see that she's even tried graded stakes. She's coming out of an okay effort against tougher horses. There were stakes type horses in that field. She gets a cut back in distance, which I always love, especially going that 6.5. I think she's actually a relatively capable sprinter, but this elongated sprint should really hit her square between the eyes. You're going to get Johnny V aboard here looking for another winner on the card. And I see the smiling faces of Gary and Cecil Barber, which means they're in attendance for opening day. I like to do the ownership play, Pete.
No, I'm with you on that. That means a lot. 6-horse Nazuna right now, the third co-choice at 7-2 here. 3-year-old daughter of Kodiak. Never been on a fast track before. The works, I think they're okay. I'm not sure what to do with them at this point.
Well, it's very hard to decide what to do with a lot of the Leo Powell works. These are slow, but he works his horses slow. So because of that, I can't necessarily say one way or the other. It's not like she's not handling it. He just doesn't work his horses fast regardless. This filly obviously has never tried dirt, and she has a pretty turfy pedigree. So I would say overall, this is just an experiment, and maybe she likes it. And if she doesn't, no sweat off her back. She got the race out, and she will come back to a turf race.
Third race, horses coming out on the track. This is the J. Privman Hall of Fame purse. 11 minutes to post. Good luck.
On the track for the third race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Post time is in 9 minutes. Scratch 3 Noble Hearted, 7 She's Devoted, and 8 New Pi Lambda. The third race is the J. Privman Hall of Fame purse. Jay will be inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame's Joe Hirsch Media Roll of Honor this summer in Saratoga Springs.
Pa un precio. Me gusta cómo se ve el número 5, que lo puedes usar el 5 en tu exactas y trifectas y superfectas. In this race for a price, you guys can use this horse in your exotic plays. I like how the number 5 looks out on the track right now. So my selections are going to be 9 and 5. The 9 is my top selection. The 5 is the horse you guys could add into your exotic plays. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos.
Well, race 3 is named the Jay Perfman Hall of Fame purse after the gentleman standing to my left here, Jay Perfman. Jay, an enormous honor for you to be inducted into the National Museum of Racing's Joe Hirsch Media Roll of Honor. When you think about his career and the fact he was named the Dean of Racing, what did you admire most about his approach to covering this sport?
Thanks, Millie, for saying that. Joe was a great mentor of mine and a number of people of my era. He was very kind to turf riders who were coming up under him. He wanted to share his knowledge. And the thing that I learned most about him was get it right. You don't have to be first, but make sure you get it right and treat everybody with respect and get all the facts correct. And it sounds like a simple thing, but it's important because you're dealing with people on a day-to-day basis, and you're only going to gain their respect if you get the facts right and show them that you know what you're doing. And that was, to me, what he imparted more than anything.
Well, your career has spanned over 4 decades. In fact, it started here, right, in 1980, covering the Malibu. In the time when you reflect back on your career, Jay, what was the most exciting moment that you got to cover and write about?
There are two that stand out when I'm asked that question. One was Zenyatta's win here in the Breeders' Cup Classic, which was just a magnificent race. She won at her home track. I was doing TV work that day, and my assignment was to interview John Sheriffs right after the race. So I was standing off camera just like 50 yards from him, and the way she won and the reaction of the crowd. And then American Pharoah's Triple Crown would also stand out. To have covered the sport for so long, as you pointed out, I've done this for a while. I started when I was in fourth grade, and so to be able to cover a Triple Crown winner after all that time was really memorable.
One of about 39 derbies, I think, in fact, it was, if you calculate right. Jay, thank you so much. Congratulations on the enormous honor to you. He's a man of integrity and a very nice person. Thank you, Jay.
As are you. Thank you, Millie, so much. And thanks to Santa Anita for this.
The horses are approaching the starting gate.
Zoe Cadman here by the starting gate. Just great to hear from the future Hall of Famer in Jay Privman there. Nice interview, Millie, and truly deserved for a man with such integrity in the sport of horse racing. All right, let's get to these girls out here on the track. Nazuna, for me, she's got a little bit of dirt form, and that dirt form maybe in the morning. We've seen enough works from her on XB TV to know that she handles it very well. Of course, it's a different experience when they come off the bridle in a race, but she comes in with some very sharp works. Yes, they may not be the fastest of times, but she's sharp. She's been on edge in the post parade, but been on edge in a good way. She picks up Ortiz today, and I expect her to be forwardly placed. You know, most of the problem with fillies or colts or geldings trying dirt for the first time is the fact they won't handle the kickback. They've never had to handle the kickback. So I think if Ortiz can get her clear, she certainly holds a big hand in here. That is the 6, Nizuna, a daughter of Kodiak. One more that caught my eye is the 5, a new piece. Comes in with some good numbers and has proven form over the dirt track over at Los Alamitos. Now she is stepping up. But again, this 5-year-old mare by declaration of war is out of a distorted human mare, so there is some turf breeding there. She's proven on the dirt, excuse me, and she's giving a nice appearance here on the racetrack as well. You can just see her shaking her head. She's got dapples on there as big as tennis balls here, and she's just looks sharp enough. So I'm going to try with a new piece as perhaps a long shot in here. But Nazuna, I'm going to give her a shot, a sharp filly coming in for the Frenchman, Leo Powell.
They've reached the gate for race 3. The Jay Privman Hall of Fame purse. They're moving in. Waiting on Honor America and California Kook. They're in the gate. And they're off. Nazuna bounces out quickly. Here's Aloha Kitten coming through along the inside. Lava Lane is quick and now takes the lead, and Honor America up and on the pace in third. They're followed by a new piece about 3 lengths off the leader. Nazuna, who broke on top in the pink silks, is next, and then a wide California Kook is only about 4 lengths off the lead and trying to come one from the outside. Down the back stretch they go, and Lava Lane tries to shake loose under Ricky Gonzalez, has it by a length and a half to Honor America in second. Then Aloha Kitten and a new piece, California Kook on horse's heels on the inside of Nazuna. 4 lengths covers the field, midway on the far turn. Lava Lane's been the controlling speed. Honor America, there's room at the rail for Aloha Kitten. They're followed by a new piece, Nazuna and California Kook. They turn for home, and it's Lava Lane in charge. Spurts clear by 2.5 lengths. California Kook now coming with good strides, and Aloha Kitten. Here's California Kook, who's been loaded throughout, right up to Lava Lane. And California Kook starts to edge clear. California Kook wins the Jay Privman Hall of Fame purse by 2 lengths. Lava Lane second. Aloha Kitten third, and then a new piece.
There's one win. Let's see if we can get some more. For the fourth race, I'm going to keep an eye on the track because there's a lot of first-time starters. I have one in mind that I looked at, but I'm going to wait and see how it looks out on the track.
is good, authentic, do similar things, and we saw what they did on the racetrack. So greediness is always something that can be overcome. He's out working right there, by the way, Triple Tap, who we'll see later on in the Grade 1 Malibu.
5 horse at 8-1 is Electo. This is a 3-year-old Constitution, went through the Keeneland 2019 sale. This horse has been working exceptionally well for that debut for John Sadler.
Now, I think that Shaz has natural raw talent. I think that Hopkins is the fastest of the bunch. I actually put Elector on top because I think he's got a little bit of both worlds. He's got just enough speed to be super dangerous. I know he's been highly thought of by his barn. He had a couple little issues, leaving him to not debut here till he was 3. But I think that the connections think highly of him. I heard it be said that John Sadler said when his horses had come in, his best horses were Rock Your World, Flightline, and Elector. We saw what Rock Your World has gone on to do. We saw Flightline showing his flashes of brilliance. We'll see him later on the Malibu. Is Elector as good as those? I mean, that was the order that he put him in, right? So it'll be interesting to see if this horse develops like they thought he was going to here. So I end up putting him on top because I think he's going to get a nice trip should Hopkins falter.
I love the work pattern. You know, this is my angle. December 10th, he works 1:03 from the gate, 3 of 14. That's going to get you cleared. Then he shows up on December 18th with a 6 furlongs, 113 best of that morning for a barn that hits at 17% with 118 firsters.
Crazy, Pete. We've just talked about a couple of horses and we still haven't mentioned maybe the most notable one, and that's the 4Q.
Give it to me.
One here, a son of Uncle Mo out of Champion Beholder. Now, Beholder was not a debut winner, and Richard Mandela isn't known for his debut runners, although he does connect at 18%. But Beholder was a multiple champion. She won 3 Breeders' Cups, and she did win a Grid 1 at 2, 3, 4, and 5, if I'm not mistaken. So we know the pedigree is there for QB1. He was in training last year and then had to be sidelined for a little bit to just grow up. Here he is, although I will say that Mandela is not exactly being bullish about him when I was reading some of the articles. Let's see, first they asked, how is he like his dam? And Mandela says he has a good appetite. And he did say in some of the print that he'll be coming running. He wasn't necessarily touting him, saying he's going to be here first call out of the gate. So, you know, this could be one that you want to watch develop, but with a pedigree like that, there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to win first time out to be a good horse.
Not some of the greatest Hall of Fame trainers, including Bill Mott, have always been types. Charlie Whittingham was another one. In fact, they always joked Charlie saying, you know, if the first race, well, what's the point then? And he said, well, somebody's got to come in last. Obviously, he was saying it in a joking manner, but I think his resume speaks for itself. The horse, all being said, does have a good work pattern. We were just talking about on December 1st, 59-3 from the gate, 2nd of 20, showed up with a 113-4, and then another one who came up with a 113 flat on December 19th. So you're right, the foundation is there, but I'm with you. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they won, and I also wouldn't be surprised if they were 3rd or 4th.
I also think the 2 is worthy of a look in here, especially if you're playing in some exotics. This is the horse with some races under the belt. We saw vast improvement from start 1 to start 2. He's already been the 6 furlongs. We have not seen him since spring, but I love the fact that Brian Corner brought this colt back with a 7 furlong work over at Los Alamitos. And then he brought him locally for that work, Pete. We talk about how important it is to have a work over the track. And look at the company this horse has been keeping. Laurel River was the winner of his last race. The time before that, defunded, following C, who would eventually be a Grade 1 winner, and Mr. Impossible. So overall, excellent running lines for Patron Doro.
Horses coming out on the track, 10 minutes to post. Good luck.
En este carrera el número 3, me gusta el número 5 y el 1. In this race, I like my top selection is the number 5 and then the number 1. So 5, 1, you guys can add those into your exotic plays however you guys seem fit. Lo puedes usar mis caballos en tu exactas, trifectas y superfectas, como quieran. Buena suerte a todos. Good luck to everyone.
Jay Cohen, Rick Tyree, Bill Frazier, bring him onto the track for the 4th. Happy birthday, Senator Rubio. Post time in 9 minutes.
One of the best parts about opening day at Santa Anita, besides the stakes action, are those maiden races we look forward
Good
to.
luck,
And here is
Karen.
a stellar group of maidens. These are 3-year-olds and up, but they're all 3-year-olds entered in here. Shaz drew post position number 6, so it's a good post position towards the outside. He's a son of Uncle Mo, who, by the way, won his maiden debut by over 14 lengths with Johnny Velasquez aboard. And Johnny Velasquez gets on Shaz here. I watched his 19th of December work, and he was outworked working Triple Tap, who will run later on this afternoon in the Malibu Stakes. He is a specimen to look at, over 1,300 pounds, a very big, strong son of Uncle Mo. I expect him to run extremely well. He's got the pedigree too, a half to Azar, who earned 350,000. The other horse of Bob Baffert's in here is Hopkins, who's actually very quick out of the gate. The 2 gate drills that XBTV filmed, he really left running. In fact, he left Suzanne in his wake back on the 3rd of December. So good speed from the inside post for the number 1 Hopkins. And finally, Elector. He is the reverse. He is slow out of the gate. I don't know if he will be today, but he has had a tendency of breaking slowly. He gives me the impression, though, that once he gets going, he has a lot of ability, a lot of class about him. So I'm putting it down to those, focusing on those 3 horses. QB1, the number 4 for Richard Mandela. You know, just because you're a champion, as Beholder, the mother was, we saw Silver Bullet Day, Bayakoa flawlessly be unable to produce their themselves in their offspring. And might be a case here. We'll see QB1, how he performs first time out. But Richard said this is very much a starting step for him, and he will need racing and education to improve and get better.
Again, my selections in this race are the 5 and the 1. Otra vez, en esta carrera me gusta el número 5 y el 1. Primero el 5 y entonces el 1, que puede usar los esos en tus exactos y trifectas. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mathis Brothers and Santa Anita Park are proud partners of Karma, a nonprofit dedicated to providing aftercare for retired racehorses. Stop by any Mathis Brothers booth located throughout the park today. Simply make a $20 donation to Karma, and all guests that make that donation will receive a plush racehorse, water bottle, or a Mathis Mile hat. All proceeds from today's Mathis Brothers charity drive will go to Karma's Thoroughbred Aftercare programs.
Zoe Cavan down here by the starting gate for this upcoming fourth race, a very exciting maiden special weight. And a lot of these are first-time starters. So let's kick off with the one, Hopkins, trained by Hall of Famer Bob Baffert. We heard Michelle say he comes in with some very good works. I did like the warm-up he got under JJ Hernandez, turned him loose from the pony and gave him a good warm-up, which is something that JJ likes to do. But I will say this Son of Quality Road, it's hard for me to say that one of Bob Baffert's might need one, but he certainly does look a little bit on the rotund side. But he certainly has worked very, very well coming into it. That is Hopkins. Did like the warm-up for him, though, under JJ Hernandez. The three, Soy Tapito, for all of these, if I'm just going on looks alone, he looked fantastic out there under Ortiz. He's had a few starts under his belt. He's by a pretty hot sire in Not This Time, and I just like the way he warmed up. He looks very, very sharp indeed. We'll touch on the four really quickly. QB1. We all know that Richard Mandela may not be as high on him as perhaps he was on Beholder in her debut, but I will say one thing for him. It's like he's woke up since he got out here on the racetrack, which is a good sign because he's a very laid-back horse. He works in company and he never really puts his best foot forward in the morning. So this is obviously a starting point for QB1, but I do like how alert and how professional he's been out here in the warm-ups. And then the sixth, be my top pick in here, Shaz. You're not really going to get much bang for your buck here. He's getting a little bit warm out here, but he's a horse who's had some terrific works. Some of them are late, maybe not been quite as good as they were a couple of months ago, but hey, I'm going to stick with what I know, and I've been talking about this horse for already a couple of months. So it's going to be Shaz, but if we're going on looks alone, it's going to be the three, Soy Tapito. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, starting with the fifth race, the San Gabriel Stakes, we offer a special middle pick four today. The middle pick four on races 5, 6, 7, and 8. It's post time. Hopkins. Beholder's baby boy, QB1 goes in. Elector is next. Patron Doros, Soy Tapatio. The favorite Shaz. Dixie's 2 Stents. In the gate. And they're off. A slow start for Elector, not the best of beginnings for Shaz, but his stablemate Hopkins is very fast. So is Patron Doro, and those two speed away in the early going. Dixie's 2 Stents, 3 off the pace in third. They're followed by Soy Tapatio on the inside of Shaz, who's 5 lengths off the lead. Elector is now headstrong, climbing a bit while wide on the outside, 6 lengths off the pace, and QB1 at the back. Less than a half mile to go. It's Hopkins leading the way. By a length and a half, Patron Doro coming after him second. Dixie's 2 Stents on the outside. Soy Tapatio. Shaz is underway now. He'll be caught 3 or 4 wide coming toward the quarter pole. A gap of 5 to Elector and QB1. It is Hopkins, but here comes Shaz on the outside. In between them, Patron Doro. Hopkins floats a bit wide and turns for home, still loaded. Shaz chasing 2 lengths back in second. Then Patron Doro in third. They're in the final furlong. And it's Hopkins clinging to the lead. Shaz fully extended, gaining slowly on Hopkins. Hopkins or Shaz. Shaz takes off in time to get up and run down Hopkins. Then it was Soy Tapatio third, followed by Dixie's 2 Stents and Patron Doro.
a field of 4 now, and Friars Road, the 4-5 favorite. I can't say I'm surprised by this.
I'm also not surprised. Friars Road's last 2 outs against similar company on the turf course were good races for him. Not breaking great, but making up a lot of ground in the final stages. He is taking a cutback in distance. That was the question mark. Does he want to go the mile and an eighth? But now you have a less full field. There's no other graded stakes winners in here, and Friars Road does have wins on the or a win on the dirt under his belt. In fact, he broke his maiden at Del Mar back in July of last year. Same though, coming from off the pace. I feel like the track is playing fairly. You can come from off the pace, you can win on the front end. So he's going to need the pace to set up in front of him. I preferred another horse in here on top, and that was the 3 Bob and Jackie for Richie Baltus. In fact, I thought this horse even had a shot with Hit the Road in here when they were on the turf course. So I did like Bob and Jackie regardless, and I went ahead and stuck with him. Despite the fact that he has not run on the main track, he's by Twirling Candy out of an Escandarium there. So really that's a very versatile pedigree. I would not chalk you off of him being tried on the dirt because of that. This horse has run well at this particular race before. When it was on the turf last year, he finished second to Another Twist of Fate. He gets second off the break here, and he is going to be stretching out in distance, but I think that's a good thing for him. With the stretch out in distance, I think that we see this horse on the front end, and he sets the tempo.
It's a tough race. I end up singling just because 2 of the horses I was using were scratched out of the race. To me, I can understand those who are singling. I can understand those who just said, you know what, I'm going all box so I can move on to the next level. But it'll be interesting to see. You were talking about the pace, and I do think this is very key because it is a field of 4. You're not going to want to get too far out of it. But at the same standpoint, I think it's safe to say you also don't want to take a horse out of his or her running style.
Definitely. I mean, if you have a horse like Friars Road, for example, even when they've gone a mile and 3/8 and they've walked up front, he's still 3 lengths off.
Right.
So 3 lengths off. So I feel like he's going to be farther back, even if Bob and Jackie doesn't set a blistering pace up front. I just feel like, you have to let him do his thing. And that's going to mean he needs a well-timed ride to be able to get up there to win that. The price to me was not intriguing at all for him, because even though he had those good last 2 races, this caliber of horse for him is a question mark.
Indian Peak, the 1 here for the Barber Wachtel group. Ruben Alvarado just saw already with a victory here. Congratulations out to Ruben. Last time out in the grade 2 Seabiscuit was a 3rd, going a mile and 16th on the grass. On the dirt, though, on a fast track, 0 for 2.
Yes, he has not run well on dirt previously. One of those outings was an allowance race where he was completely crushed, and that was his most recent effort on the main track. So there's a chance that this in a comic strip just does not like the main. He has a couple of good works down at San Luis Rey, but I find it hard to depend on him. That being said, I feel like he always tries really hard, even if he's not good enough. And he's going to pick up a check.
That's, how many times have you been an owner? I know I have, where the trainer goes, well, we're going to run this race. Really, you like our chances? Well, we are getting paid.
Right. I thought the 7 was the other one.
That's the one I'm
interesting in here. Ready Soul for Phil D'Amato, coming off a victory at 9 furlongs last time out against decent other horses. He will be stepping up against Greatest Stakes Company for the 2nd time. Prior to this, when he tried Greatest Stakes Company, he was well beaten, but it was also going a mile and a quarter. And I think that the mile and the 1/8 is a little bit more better suited for him when you look at his different races at a similar distance. From his works, it appears that he doesn't hate the dirt, and he's by More Than Ready, who is a quintessential all-around sire.
On the turf, to me, almost comes across as, I don't want to say he is one-paced, but he almost comes across that way. What he does in the beginning is what he does in the end. So I'm with you. I think the dirt gives the indication that maybe it's not a bad thing for at least them that the race came off the grass. 10 minutes to post for race number 5, the pick 4 pool at 85,000 out on the track for the grade 2 San Gabriel.
Jay Cohen, Rick Tyree, and Bill Frazier calling them onto the track for the fifth race, the San Gabriel Stakes, which has been switched to the main track. Scratch 4 Hit the Road, 5 Majestic Eagle, and 6 Red Storm Risen. No show or high five wagering. Post time is in 9 minutes. Please be advised the fifth race starts our special middle pick 4 today. Middle pick 4 on races 5 through 8, kicking off in 9 minutes. Here's the field for the San Gabriel, number 1, Indian Peak, owned by Barber and Wachtel Stable, trained by Ruben Alvarado. The jockey is Juan Hernandez. 2, Friars Road, is owned by Mr. and Mrs. W.K. Warren Jr., trained by Michael McCarthy and ridden by Jose Ortiz. 3, Bob and Jackie, is owned by Wen and Trent, trained by Richard Baltus with Jose Valdivia Jr. And number 7 is Ready Soul, owned by Slam Dunk Racing, Old Bones Racing Stable, and Netwig. Phil D'Amato trains, Kentis Ormo rides. 7 minutes to the San Gabriel. Middle pick 4 starts here.
Zoe Cadman down here at the start of this mile 8th off the turf, San Gabriel. 4 runners left in here, and it is a very good field, and it is by far a jockey's race. A 4-horse field is perhaps one of the hardest to ride in, and there's not a whole lot of pace, so I think it's going to be dependent on the break in here. As far as the warm-ups are concerned, I loved the warm-up of the 2 Friars Road for Michael McCarthy. Jose Ortiz opting to take this guy away from the pony and give him a solid warm-up, which is what I want to see, because this is a horse who can sit a little bit closer to the pace. I mentioned earlier in the day with turf horses running in the dirt, it's almost imperative for them not to have the kickback. It will deter them. Think of you never having to run into a headwind and someone throwing dirt at you. That's how it is for these turf horses. They're just not used to it. The Friars Road, of course, the lone one with a win coming from off the pace. So he, for me, is the one to beat in here. That is the 2 Friars Road. Bob and Jackie, trainer Richard Bolters has won this race the last 2 years and looking to win it for the 3rd year in the road. You can see Jose Valdivia with his feet out the irons, just keeping him cool, calm, and collected. And I think Bob and Jackie with a nice warm-up under Jose perhaps could be the pace of this race. It may not be a quick pace, but somebody has to get to the lead, and we'll see how Jose Valdivia does, breaking from post position number 3. It's almost post time for the Grade 2 San Gabriel. Here's Frank.
Thank you, Zoe. It's post time for the San Gabriel Stakes. Bob and Jackie, Ready Soul. They're in the gate. And they're off in the San Gabriel. Ready Soul is quick from the outside and takes command at once. Bob and Jackie hustled up and tries to keep pace. These two now on even terms, and Bob and Jackie gets his neck in front. Ready Soul concedes in second, then Indian Peak together with Friars Road. Into the first turn they go, and it's Bob and Jackie who will be the pacemaker. Leads it by a length. Indian Peak's a little eager along the inside, hemmed in at this stage by Ready Soul. And then comes the favorite Friars Road, just 3 lengths off the leader. Field making their way onto the backstretch, chasing Bob and Jackie, who has it by just under a length. Ready Soul second, 3/4. Indian Peak still a handful at the rail in third, and Friars Road is comfortable while kept in the clear on the outside. Heading past the 5/8 pole in the San Gabriel, and it's Jose Valdivia Jr. and Bob and Jackie, 3/4 of a length. Ready Soul between rivals. Friars Road inches up willingly, leaving Indian Peak at the back. Bob and Jackie a length and a half heading to the 3/8 pole, trying to sprint away. Ready Soul cuts right back into that margin second. Then Friars Road, Indian Peak at the rail, still in striking range. 2.5 covers the entire group as they come to the quarter pole. Bob and Jackie a half length in front. Ready Soul, Friars Road 2 off the pace in third, and Indian Peak, they're at the top of the stretch. Bob and Jackie asked to finish the job. Indian Peak coming through on the inside of Ready Soul, and Friars Road in the center of the track coming to the 16th. Bob and Jackie, Friars Road gathering some momentum on the outside, and Ready Soul. Bob and Jackie just in front. Ready Soul. It will be Bob and Jackie holding on. Friars Road just missed. Ready Soul third, Indian Peak a distant fourth. Photo finish. Number 3, Bob and Jackie was first. 2, Friars Road second. 7, Ready Soul third. And 1, Indian Peak was fourth. 3271.
in the next race. Although at the number 4 is to be the heavy favorite for a price that I look at the numbers. I like how it looks on the numbers of the number 6 is. I'm gonna be looking at how the other horses look when they come out to the track to warm up. En esta carrera yo creo que el número 4 va a ganar facilito, pues por un precio me gusta el número de la número 6. Pues me voy a ver cómo salen en el traque, entonces te doy como lo gusta. Good luck to everyone, buena suerte a todos.
to San Antonio. More importantly, the return of Hot Rod Charlie, the current 1-5 favorite. This is also time for you to get involved. It is the Rainbow Pick Six, already 184,000 in the books. And joining me, Mr. Quigley's Corner himself, Mr. Tom Quigley. Happy holidays to you, my friend.
Pete, happy opening day. Good to have an on-track crowd, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, and there should be, right? You mentioned how much money's already in the 20-cent Rainbow Pick Six pool. What's going to be the over-under when all the dust settles in the pool today, Pete?
Oh, man, you got to make me do that already. I'm going to say somewhere in the neighborhood, I want to say 350,000.
I'll take the over. Last year was close to 500,000. Of course, we've had a few scratches on today's card, but the enthusiasm is there, right? So I think players will send it in all around the country. Don't have much simulcast competition either now at this time of day. So fingers crossed we can get close to 500,000.
Pick six time as we're talking about our tickets. Now, my ticket is humongous. And the reason why, going into last night, I just wasn't sure what we were going to have. So I decided to cover as many bases as possible. You, on the other hand, I had a feeling you were going to do this. Just walk right in and say, you know what? It's going to carry. Let's not waste a lot of money.
It's not the lazy way, right? It's probably the more realistic way. But I thought maybe Santa left a few extra dollars in your stocking stuffer the way you were aggressively playing this ticket. But nevertheless, we've got a lot of coverage, you and I both. I've got two singles, and of course, one of them, as you mentioned, right here in this first leg, number 4, Hot Rod Charlie, in excess of $2.4 million in career earnings. It's his race to lose. Last race in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He added blinkers. Those blinkers come off today. He was down on the inside part of the track, which might not have been the place to be as they turn for home. I'm willing to certainly give him another chance. He's the class of the field. And if he's successful here, I think they have big ambitions for him in 2022.
If you believe in the Brisnet Speed Index numbers, and I do, he towers over this field. However, if you're looking to include, I'm looking at Express Train. I realize this horse hasn't been out since October 2nd, but has come back, in my opinion, with 3 very strong works, December 8th, December 13th, and December 20th for trainer John Sheriffs. I thought the horse coming over looked really good, and I thought San Diego Handicap looked like a good spot. Very quickly, we're going to move over to Millie Ball. Millie Ball standing by. Millie, who do you got?
Well, I just had a chance to speak to Flavien Prat about the blinker situation with Hot Rod Charlie. The trainer, Doug O'Neill's been tinkering around with those blinkers, trying to find the perfect balance between putting the blinkers on so he doesn't drift around so much in the late stages of the races, and then taking them off so he's not waiting on horses. It's interesting for a horse that gets blinkers put on that then he waits on horses. And I spoke with Flavien Prat about the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he just said that he felt he was waiting a little bit on horses. He wasn't nearly as focused as he is without the blinkers. So they've taken them off. He worked absolutely super, so focused on the 19th of December without those blinkers. And he will race today. I think he's going to take a big step forward today off his Breeders' Cup Classic 4th place finish. Pete.
Thank you, Millie, for that insight. As we just saw Hot Rod Charlie go by, there's the 5-8 rings here, Tom. Bob Baffert sends out the blinkers, come off after that 3rd place finish in the Native Diver.
When blinkers come off on Bob Baffert trained runners, he means business. If you have the racing form in front of you, hits at a 43% win clip, and that race 2 back in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile might be good enough to win in this race. Last time out, the 1 1/8 distance might have been a tad too far.
Bob Baffert also trains the 7. In front of us, Azul Coast here for Pegram, Watson, and Whiteman. This 4-year-old son of Super Saver was a winner of the aforementioned Native Diver.
Did beat Kiss Today Goodbye and 8 rings in that Native Diver race down at Del Mar. Juan Hernandez, who was riding Express Train, jumps off to ride Azul Coast.
2nd in the standings last fall right here at Santa Anita. Juan Hernandez having a tremendous 2021. Horses are just about ready to come out onto the track. 9 minutes to post for race number 6. We mentioned the pick 6 current pool at $208,000, $10. That will continue to rise.
For this race, the horse that I like at a price with the 4 would be the 6. The other horse that I would add into the exotic place will be the number 2. So I go 2, the 6 and 2 with the 4. So you guys can add that into however you guys seem fit. Good luck to everyone. En esta carrera me gusta el número 6. Y para un precesito no tan grande, el número 2, que lo puedes usar en tus exactas y trifectas. So 2 y 6 con el 4 lo puedes usar exacta y trifecta box y superfecta box. Buena suerte a todos. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte. Again, for me, for prices to add with that 4-horse, I like the number 6 and the 2. Otra vez en esta carrera me gusta con el 4. Puedes usar esos caballos en tu exacta. Es el 6 y el 2. Buena suerte a todos. Good luck to everyone. Good luck.
And they're off in the San Antonio. Extra Hope, there's 8 rings sprinting quickly, and 8 rings intent on setting the pace. Extra Hope, Hot Rod Charlie goes right after 8 rings in the early stages. Azul Coast is next. They're followed by Express Train, Go On, and Kiss Today Goodbye wide and last. Around the first turn they go, and it's 8 rings in front, just about a half length. Extra Hope clinging to him at the rail in second, a length and a half. Hot Rod Charlie gets a good tracking spot from third. Then it's Express Train and Azul Coast side by side, 2 in front of Go On. Kiss Today Goodbye has 7 to make up. 8 rings, passes the 5/8 pole, opening up once again. Has it by a length and a half to Extra Hope. Hot Rod Charlie outside of him. Azul Coast is 3 wide, 2 off the leader. They're followed by Express Train, who races between rivals. Kiss Today Goodbye and Go On. Heading to the 3/8, 8 rings, a length and a half. Hot Rod Charlie pushed along, 8 rings, doing it easily thus far. At the rail, Extra Hope, Azul Coast. And in between them, Express Train emerges now to take third. And he's aggressively ridden, coming after the top pair with a quarter of a mile to go. It's 8 rings and Hot Rod Charlie head and head at the top of the stretch. 2 more to Express Train in third, and Hot Rod Charlie takes off with a furlong left to go. 8 rings, not done, battles right back. 2 more to Express Train, Go On, running a good race, a 16th to go. 8 rings, Hot Rod Charlie and Express Train. Hot Rod Charlie, Express Train surging. Express Train gets up in a tight photo with Hot Rod Charlie. It's very close between those two.
It's
And then
gonna
it was
be
8
one
rings in
time
third.
again.
Tight photo in the San Antonio.
We gotta do it. It's gonna be one time again.
Number 2, Express Train was first. 4, Hot Rod Charlie second. 5, 8 rings third. 3, Go On fourth, and 7, Azul Coast was fifth. 2-4, 5-3-7. The running time, 1 minute 44.82 seconds.
My second choice in the prices comes in at a price. For the next race, race number 7, the horse I'm going to keep an eye on that I like at a little bit of a price is the number 9, but I'm going to look at how they all come out onto the track. There's another horse I'm going to keep an eye on, but I'm going to tell it to you once I see it out on the track warming up. En esta carrera número 7, me gusta el 9 a un precio. Pues me voy a ver cuando salen en el track calentando, pero te doy uno de otro precio. Me gusta el sangre del número 9. I like the 9 because of the pedigree wise. It may like distance and should come out good. Again, race number 7. I like the price of the number 9, but also there might be another horse that I may add in for another exotic play like Exacto or Trifecta. Otra vez, me voy en este que era el número 7. Me estoy viendo el número 9. Pues cuando salen del traje calentando, me puedo dar otro caballo para un precio que puede utilizar en tus exactas y trifectas. Otra vez, en esta carrera me gusta el 9, pues por un precio me gusta el número 1, que pueden meterle un chance para exactas y trifectas y superfectas, como quieran. In this race, I like the number 9, but for a price, I like how the number 1 looks out on the track. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos. Another one at a price. Otro a precio.
Finishing third, number 2, Tarantino. Fourth one, None Above the Law. And fifth, number 7, De Jour, 98217. Seventh race, the Santa Anita Mathis Mile is official. Entering the Run Happy winner's circle, number 9, Law Professor. 3-year-old, dark bay or brown gelding by Constitution out of Haunted Heroine. Owned by Twin Creeks Racing Stables, trained by Michael McCarthy, and ridden to victory by Jose Ortiz. Law Professor was bred in Kentucky by Twin Creeks Farm. Running time, 1:37.41 seconds on the fast main track. Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the Run Happy winner's circle, making the presentation for the Santa Anita Mathis Mile, California's chief steward and retired Hall of Fame jockey Darrell McCarr, America's Eclipse champion jockey of 1978. Darrell McCarr rode the White Tornado Vigors to victory in the 1978 Santa Anita Handicap under high weight of 127 pounds. Please join us in welcoming our friend, Darrell McCarr, as he presents the Mathis Trophy. We're also very pleased to have with us Bill Mathis, Rit Mathis, and Billy Mathis, our classy partners from Mathis Brothers Furniture. They ordered 3 custom trophies, one for the owner, trainer, and jockey, Twin Creeks Racing Stable, Michael McCarthy, and Jose Ortiz. Please support our sponsors at Mathis Brothers Furniture, with locations here in Ontario and Indio, as well as locations in Oklahoma City and Tulsa. You can also order online at mathisbrothers.com. Important partners here at Santa Anita Park, and also they are supporting Karma as well. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the Run Happy winner's circle and Brittany Urton.
It's Law Professor in the Mathis Mile with winning trainer Michael McCarthy, winning rider Jose Ortiz. Jose, I know you got to run, so I'll start with you. Take me down the stretch, though. You got to know this horse last time out. What did he bring to the table today?
I mean, I thought he was much better than what he showed. Just when he made the lead, he started wandering around, and he didn't give me 100%. I think he's a little bit better than what he showed today.
So you really had to keep after him to keep to task today.
Yeah, you can see I was showing my rein and stuff just to change stuff because, here you can whip much. But I did call his attention, and then I felt like when I opened my rein, he responded well. Like I called his attention there, and that's what I kept doing until the wire.
Well, they got the job done. Congratulations to you. Good luck later.
Thank you.
Michael, hearing what Jose had to say, is he like that at all in the morning? Can be a bit of a difficult horse?
He is a little bit on the difficult side, yeah. Hasn't kind of totally figured it out yet. I thought his last win at Del Mar was very professional. I was looking forward to running him on the grass today. I also had thought about running him even out in the dirt at Los Alamitos. I thought he ran well here when he broke his maiden, but he really hasn't put it all together yet. I think when he does, he'll be exciting.
Win on the dirt, win on the grass. What do you think he's better at? What could the future hold for him?
You know what? It's great to have a horse that's as versatile as him. I don't know what it holds for him just yet, but maybe we'll think about after what I saw today. We might think about putting a little bit of blinker back on him, but a lot of options in play. Very exciting.
Congratulations. I know you've got more to come as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Law professor and the math that smile.
Hola. How's everyone doing? I hope you guys are making some money. ¿Están ganando dinero? Por carrera número 8, para un precesito no tan grande, estoy viendo el número 5 por ahorita. Y cuando salen del traje, te puedo dar otros caballos. In this race, I'm going to be looking at the number, in race number 8, I'm going to be looking at the number 5. It's not that big of a price, but when they come out onto the track warming up, I'll give you some other horses. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos. Otra vez en carrera número 8. Lo puedes usar con el 4. Estos dos caballos que me gusta ahorita para un poco nonero. Me gusta el número 7, el 5 y el 2. El 5 y 2 que puedes usar con esos 4 para tus exactas y trifectas y superfectas como quieran. In the 8th race here, for prices, I like the number 5 and the 2 that you guys can add into your exotic plays. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos. Y if me pongo carreras mañana, ¿cuál traje van a querer ver? If I put on some races on tomorrow, shoot me a text on what track you guys would like to see. Or tell me in here so I could possibly see what I could do.
It takes many forms, often revealing itself in dramatic fashion, forever reshaping how we see the world around us, unearthing something deeper within that awakens us to the truth. There is so much more out there yet to be discovered. Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
Go from Railbird to Winner Circle. With My Racehorse, you have access to top horses and trainers, backside tours, exclusive ownership experiences, and fast payouts to your online account. With shares starting as little as $100, the Winner Circle is waiting for you. Go to myracehorse.com or download the My Racehorse app today to join the thousands who have already started their journey as a racehorse owner.
Otra vez en carrera número 8. Me va a gustar el número 5 en números y también el 2 para un precio grande que puede utilizar esos dos caballos para una exacta y trifecta con el favorito o cualquier caballo que te gusta a ti. In this race, again in this race, my price horses that I like, that you guys can with your horses that you like, or the favorite, are the 5 and the 2. You guys can use those 2 horses in your exotic plays. Good luck to everyone.
Private Mission on top here, but if I'm going to look elsewhere, I would say it's either one to her inside or one to her outside. Private Mission is coming in off a disappointing effort last time out in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, but that was against older fillies and mares. It was obviously against much tougher company, and it was also going a lot further. I think bringing her back to one turn is going to be a nice thing for her. Plus, she loves it right here at Santa Anita. She's a perfect 3 for 3, and she brings in a bullet work in a blistering 58 and change. So there's a lot to like about Private Mission. Talking about the other horse I was mentioning, Pete the 5, Missy P for Richard Mandela. She debuted with a sparkling performance, came in to run second her next start out against Stakes Company, and then she tried Boys down the hill. Since that race back in the beginning of summer, she's actually had a throat surgery, and she comes in here with a series of very nice and fast drills. I think she's really interesting, especially noting that most recent work, that 7 furlong work, the other horse to work 7 furlongs that day was Hot Rod Charlie, and she worked about 2 clicks faster than him. So I think overall she seems to be training very well for her return to the races.
Similar ticket structure, both $36 on our late pick 4 action. The first bet AI goes $16. You and I see this race the same way. To me, you touched briefly on the 3-horse Calypso. Calypso's got speed coming out of the April 30th 8 bells. I think it's fair to say definitely had an excuse in that race.
Yeah, you can give her an excuse for that particular race, especially anytime a horse gets sidelined, you just draw a line through it. It says she bled. Coming back to here, though, she's not going to be able to be equipped with Lasix, although she hasn't been before. Once a horse bleeds, then you think, maybe that's the better way to go. Overall, I was going to leave her off a lot of my plays, and then I watched her work on some of the XB works that we had, and she actually looks really good from that standpoint. I liked watching her work. I thought she was getting over the ground well, so it re-intrigued me on Calypso.
You look at it also, this horse has got some speed. I almost would like to see this horse maybe sit, because there's at least 2 others who probably have the same idea. Early pace-wise, Living My Best Life looks to be a horse for John Sadler on the outside, who needs to roll. We're going to head over to the paddock. Millie Ball standing by with, I guess it's fair to say, the leading rider right now, John Velasquez. Millie?
We're inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2012. Johnny Velasquez with me. Johnny, just want to say it's a real privilege for us to get to have you here for the whole meet here at Santa Anita. What went into the decision for the change of scenery for you?
Well, obviously, I'm getting a lot of opportunities here, in Bath and all the guys here in California. So we might as well take the opportunity to come over here. My youngest son is out in college now, so we don't have to, basically wait for anybody else. It's gonna be my wife and I. So we decided to come here.
Very best of luck. You ride Calypso in here. Maybe your competitors in the jocks room aren't quite as happy as we are to have you here, but we certainly are. Best of luck to you, Johnny, and thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Millie. We appreciate that. Obviously, John Velasquez, very well spoken and a huge proponent of the PDJF, which he has been a big part of for a number of years.
And so he'll be aboard Calypso here, who we were just talking about. I thought that, Pete, it was really going to run through those 3 horses in this race, but they're taking a big swing with the 2, Eddie's New Dream, and I thought she looked really good walking over for Ben Cecil. She's coming out of a victory routing on the turf, so not exactly what you think of as a prep for a grade 1 dirt sprint for this Calbred, but her dirt sprint races have been fair enough. I don't think that she's going to be good enough to win, but I think that she could jump up for a check.
I think you might be onto something there. The one horse that to me is the most intriguing is the one Canoodling. For trainer Mike Pipey, formerly of the Todd Fincher barn. This horse was a wrecking crew when it came to racing down in New Mexico.
Yeah, big cry from New Mexico to Santa Anita, though she comes into a very proficient barn with Mike Pipey. I watched her last work here at Santa Anita. She was hard-assed to get that minute. The plus side is she did deliver the minute work, and she has a local work over the track. So those things are both good, but she was really asked for it, and I think there's faster fillies in here.
There's the test. 324,000 on the line so far in the pick 4 pool. That will continue to grow. This is the grade 1 Brea Stakes. Good luck.
Jay Cohen, Rick Tyree, Bill Frazier. Bringing them onto the track for the Grade 1 La Brea Stakes. Start of the late pick 4. 7 minutes to post. Here's the field for the Grade 1 La Brea Stakes. Number 1 is Canoodling, owned by B4 Farms, trained by Mike Pipey, with Roymas Chirinos. 2, Eddie's New Dream, is owned by Redham Racing, trained by Ben Cecil with Mario Gutierrez. 3 is Calypso, owned by Rockingham Ranch, David Burnson, Littlefield et al. She is trained by Bob Baffert and ridden by John Velasquez. 4, Private Mission, owned by Bauma Corp, trained by Bob Baffert with Flavienne Pratt. 5, Missy P, owned by Spendthrift Farm, trained by Richard Mandela, ridden by Mike Smith. Number 6 is Brilliant Cut, owned by ERJ Racing, Kenny Strauss et al., trained by Doug O'Neill. Jose Ortiz up today. And 7, Living My Best Life, owned by Horonis Racing, trained by John Sadler. The jockey Juan Hernandez. That's the field for the Grade 1 La Brea. Late pick 4 pool already approaching 400,000. It kicks off in 5 minutes.
Otra vez, en esta carrera me gusta el 5 y el 2 con un precio que puedes jugar con el 4, el favorito,
San
para el
Manuel
exacta y
Casino is now
trifecta.
Yamava Resort and Casino. Step into a new dawn and experience luxury like never before. Visit yamava.com for more information.
Again, in this race, for prices, I like the 5 and the 2 that you guys can add in your exotic plays with possibly the 4 or the horse that you guys like. Good luck to everyone.
On behalf of everyone at Santa Anita Park, we'd like to once again thank Mathis Brothers for their generous support of Thoroughbred Aftercare. With today's charity drive, Mathis Brothers has set the goal of raising $25,000 for retired racehorses. Please stop by any Mathis Brothers tent today and make a donation to receive a beautiful plush racehorse, water bottle, or a Mathis Mile hat. All proceeds will go to Karma, Santa Anita's official aftercare partner.
Zoe Cadman down here at the start of the 7 furlong Grade 1 La Brea. And if you just look down there, you will see that these fillies and mares have an awful long way to go before they get to the first turn. So it really shouldn't be any excuses. Watching these girls warm up, Private Mission on paper right now is the one to beat. She comes in back against straight 3-year-olds here, but she didn't run well at all in her last start, but she got pressed very, very early in a very, very fast pace. That said, she has come back and she looks phenomenal out here on the racetrack under Flavian Pratt. Sometimes when a horse runs a really bad race, they could get a little bit stressed, get a little bit worked up, get a little bit hot in the next start back, but she looks great and is the one to beat. However, I cannot take my eyes off the 5, and that is Missy P. Michelle did mention that corrective throat surgery that she had. If you look on her head, you'll see her wearing a figure of 8. That's that noseband just on her face there. That just is going to alleviate some of her breathing and just help her breathe a little bit better. That's a 5, Missy P. She gets Mike Smith in the saddle for the first time, and I think that's really going to help. Mike has a tendency not to get in a horse's way, and that's what you need to do with a horse that has had some prior breathing issues. Just let them run their race. She draws in the middle or to the outside of this field, so I think she'll get a clear trip, and she does look phenomenal. She's been off for quite some time. 5 months, she comes in with some good works, and if you check out the weights, which you can do on the big board here at Santa Anita, today she weighs 1,211 pounds. The last time she raced here at Santa Anita 5 months ago, she weighed 1,200 pounds. Now, she didn't win then. She's had some time off, but if you're thinking fitness and optimum weight, I think she is as fit as a flea, and I have a feeling that Mrs. P is really going to outrun her odds right now with Hall of Famer Mike Smith aboard for Richard Mandela. The 6, Brilliant Cut, got a solo warm-up under Jose Ortiz. A good solo warm-up. She's getting a little bit warm, but I would expect her to show some pace, the 3-year-old daughter of Spikestown, specifically with that warm-up from a front-running rider in Jose Ortiz. Fillies are making their way up behind the gate for the Grade 1 La Brea.
It's post time for the Grade 1 La Brea Stakes. They're about to move in to kick off the late pick 4. Late pick 4 already over $500,000 in the pool. Canoodling, the first one to load. Brilliant Cut and Living My Best Life. And they're off in the La Brea. Very even beginning. Living My Best Life on the far outside. Missy P now comes to engage in second. Calypso not far behind, moving up now to take the second spot as they get to the main track. It's Living My Best Life in front, 3/4 of a length. Brilliant Cut second, Calypso third on the inside of Missy P. They're followed by Eddie's New Dream. Down at the rail, Canoodling and Private Mission, kept well off the rail, is last, and about 7 lengths off Living My Best Life, who passes the half-mile pole with a 3/4 length edge on Brilliant Cut second. Then 2 more to Calypso third. Missy P, orange colors, fourth, now 6 lengths off the lead. Here's Private Mission unwinding from the back of the field. Private Mission gaining momentum, taking fourth around the far turn. Eddie's New Dream is in between horses, and then Canoodling. There's less than 1/4 mile to go. Brilliant Cut challenges Living My Best Life. Brilliant Cut just in front. Calypso coming after the top pair. And then Private Mission. They're a furlong from the finish. And Calypso is now coming to take the lead. Hand-ridden confidently. And Calypso is going to make short work of the field in the La Brea Stakes. Pouring it on late. Calypso strolls in. Wins it by 4 widening lengths. Brilliant Cut was second. Then Living My Best Life, followed by Eddie's New Dream and a photo between Canoodling and Private Mission.
In the 9th race, I'm going to look at the number 8 in the I'm going to look at the 8 and the 2 in the 9th race. Me voy a estar viendo el número 8 y el 2 en carrera número 9. En esta carrera me estoy viendo el 8 y el 2, que puedes jugar con eso uno. exactas y trifectas como quieran. In this race, I'm going to be looking at the 8 and the 2, so you guys can add into your exotic plays. Good luck to everyone.
Our kickoff, our late pick 3 here on the Santa Anita card. Michelle, so far halfway through the pick 6. Right now, some major logs have been knocked out for folks who like the favorites.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if we can continue that trend for throughout the rest of the afternoon here. Right, we have an 8-5 favorite in the 1 Fantail, Richard Baltus. This horse, Pete, has been rank
Yeah,
on a few occasions. So I was thinking that when originally scheduled to go up down the hill, that would be a good spot for her, because a lot of times a horse that pulls when it runs down the hill, because they naturally get to go faster in that downhill trajectory, it just helps them settle, which might be counterintuitive, but that's just the way I feel. Unfortunately for her now, she is not only going to be not on the hill, but she's going to be trying something she hasn't run on before, and that is dirt. Her workouts appear that she handles the main track just fine. So I think she's an interesting choice in here, but if something gets her beat, it could just be herself. So I couldn't single her. I also liked the 2 Super Game in here for Brian Coroner, coming off a 3rd place finish last time out, where she was bested by the very good Moraz, and that was against 3-year-olds like she'll face here. 2 starts back, she was a winner against older horses, and she has okay dirt form. She's had 4 outs on the dirt, never had a win. She did have the 1 runner-up finish, and that was a good one over at Los Alamitos, going a little bit shorter. Prior to that, though, I could give her some excuses. Her other stakes efforts were, or her other dirt efforts were against Stakes Company, and she just might not be that good.
Right. You know what? I mean, you and I see it the same way. I've got the 1 and the 2, Fantail and Super Game. Think about Super Game. Yes, you are right. That last race was not bad. However, I question any time it's during the thoroughbred meet over there, because A, it's only 5.5, and B, that's a very long stretch. And maybe it was wearing down the competition over there.
Possibly. She did kind of maintain that position and got up for second and didn't have the best trip, but I felt like the 5.5 there could play like a little bit longer race here. I was willing to give her a shot in this particular spot. In my late pick 4, I also included the 8, another Eddie for Ben Cecil, who's 3-1 right now, coming off a 3rd place finish last out. She's also 0-4 on the main track, but unlike Super Game, that's running against Stakes Company, that was just against the Cal 20 condition. She just kind of runs around there and then doesn't make up a ton of ground. But when you're talking about a race that has a good amount of horses that haven't had any proven dirt performance, she could be just a commodity that suits the track.
The new shooter in town, the 4 Rapid Transit, right now the current longest shot on the board at 9-1. A winner in a second last time out, although be it mile and 16th and 5 furlongs, both on the turf, although this horse has traveled fairly well on the yielding courses over here. The only thing I can think of that Liberato Barossa is using, this horse hasn't worked since November 1st, that maybe this is just a, well, we need a jumping off point, turf or dirt. We're going to get those quote unquote works out of the way by having a race.
I don't know if she needs too many works. I mean, she's been running pretty regularly, but this is an option for her to try something without it taking away from her, right? If you're in it on the grass and the race comes off, like with our horse today in the first, the race came off the grass, he gave it a try. He did not like the dirt.
So we know that's experience is over.
Exactly. Right now, obviously, there's nothing else for her to run in, so you might as well run her. She gets the experience. She does get the race under her belt just for added, fitness locally, but it's not necessarily going to take away from her next time she comes onto the grass.
6 horses, Callan for Ronis Racing. This one bred by Mr. Arnold Zetcher, longtime player here in Southern California. Arnold, good evening, 4-year-old daughter of Bernardini, comes off the win on the turf back in August. We have not seen since, and has been training over at Los Alamitos.
That's the one thing I would say I don't love, is that all of her works were over at Los Alamitos. You and I talk about how we like it when horses have at least one local work over this main track when they're going to be running on the main track. Now, obviously, they didn't think that he was going to be running on the main track, so that's why. But from a pedigree standpoint, like you said, she's by Bernardini. She's out of a grade one winner and always a princess. Dirt right there.
Millie Ball standing by in the paddock, 10 minutes to post. Millie, what do you got?
Well, to me, number 1, Fantail looked a standout in here. Beautiful looking filly, and she's got a fantastic walk on her, really scopy individual. When I spoke to Richie Baltus moments ago, he said she hasn't been the easiest of horses to transition from her English form to racing here in Southern California. He has been training her, as Michelle mentioned, over at San Luis Rey, and he says he's had a lot of luck with horses that have trained over at San Luis Rey. But she was very quiet today when getting saddled, and that's a positive because she has been a little bit temperamental before. So Fantail to me, I think is it's an ideal time to try her. She's on the board at 9-5.
Thank you, Millie. 10 minutes to post. Horses coming out on the track. Final pick 3 of the afternoon. As a reminder, coming up in race number 10 is the running of the Run Happy Malibu Stakes, but also be kicking off the $1 Golden Hour late pick 4. 9 minutes to post, 9 minutes to race 9.
On the track for the 9th, named for hashtag Pony Pass, scratch 3, 5, 7, and 9. We're on the main track here at 6½ furlongs. Enjoy live racing and Dollar Day deals tomorrow here at Santa Anita Park. Sodas and beers will be just $1. First post at 12 noon. For tickets to tomorrow's Dollar Day at Santa Anita Park, please visit santaanita.com/events.
Interesting race coming up here, and who would have thought we're already up to the 9th race, and it is Johnny Velasquez, 4 races. Flavian Pratt yet to win a race on today's card. He's had numerous mounts run very, very well, including Hot Rod Charlie, but he's winless thus far, but this could be the best shot so far that he's had with Fantail. It's just really a question of if she gets out of the gate. Inherently, she has broken slowly in her races. She hails from overseas, from Europe specifically. She ran well at Kempton. And to say she's hard to handle in the morning is an understatement. I think the kid that gallops her needs a gold medal. She has got one way to go, and that is forward as fast as she can. That being said, she looks very, very well out here. I think if Flavian Pratt can get her out of the gate and keep that kickback out of her face, she's going to be extremely tough to beat. I don't think I've ever seen her look any better. I'm going to throw in a slight little long shot in here. One more in case she does stub her toe coming out of the gate. I think Cologne looks great, coming off a short layoff for trainer John Sadler. She just broke her maiden. She's had plenty of experience. She's bright-eyed. She's bushy-tailed back here and got a very nice sheen on her coat. And you can see the rider, JJ Hernandez, just sitting chilly aboard her. John Sadler's got a good record with horses coming off of layoff. So should the one at Fantail stub her toe, I think Cologne could be right behind her with JJ Hernandez in the irons.
Horses are at the gate for the 9th. It's post time. Fantail will be the first one to load. Rapid Transit, Cologne, and another Eddie to the outside. And they're off. Another Eddie out quickly. Rapid Transit has the white blinkers. Super Game is one from the rail. And down on the fence, it's Fantail. It's a gap of about 3 back to Cologne. Fantail is now head-to-head with Super Game as they head past the 5/8 pole. Rapid Transit 2 off them in 3rd, and then it's another Eddie 4th. Cologne is 5th and last, 4 lengths off the pace. It's Fantail heading toward the 3/8 pole, edging clear by a length. Super Game comes right back in 2nd. 3 more Rapid Transit all in 3rd. Cologne joins them 3 wide. Another Eddie between those two. They have 5/16 of a mile to run and Fantail to catch. Scooting clear again by a length. Super Game, Cologne advancing steadily while wide. Then it's another Eddie there at the top of the stretch. Fantail, Cologne on the outside. Super Game is in between them. Super Game and Fantail head to head, and Super Game quickly puts away Fantail. Then it's Cologne in 3rd. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Super Game is strong, striding clear powerfully through the stretch. Super Game romps home, wins by 4.5. Fantail 2nd, Cologne 3rd, then another Eddie.
Por carrera número 10. Para precios. Me gusta el número 3 y el 7. Para poder jugarlo un buen exacto o trifecta como quieran. Pues si gana esos 5, se mira muy facilito y fino al caballo. Pues yo creo que puede tener un chance de un precio. Y el precio que me gusta primero es el 3, entonces el 7. In this race, if the favorite doesn't have no shot, I like the prices of the number 3 and the 7 in that order. If you guys like to play an exacta box or exotic plays of however you guys like to play it. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos. Otra vez, en carrera el número 10, para un precios. Me gusta primero el número 3, y entonces el 7 en el papeles. Así se mira para mí. Lo puedes usar con esos 5 para el exactas, trifectas y the daily doubles, como quieran. Again, in this race, I like the price horses to go with the favorite, however you guys seem to play it. I like the price of the number 3 and the style, and also the number 7. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos.
And that is Baby Yoda shipping in here for Bill Mott. TQ, I love when horses have a work over the track if they are not locally based. Bill Mott took advantage of the scenario here. He is going to be on the outside of his workmate who is in front of him right now. Overall, the time, nothing to write home about, but just the fact he gets a work over the track, I think means a lot.
I agree with you, Michelle. It's always important to see that. It's also important to see Bill Mott actually enter this horse simply because he knew Flightline would be in the race. He's in the Hall of Fame for a reason. You can see that Beyer speed figure of 114.3 back actually bodes very well against Flightline. The question is, was that an aberration or can he repeat it? Because he's going to need more than likely a triple-digit Beyer speed figure to win this race.
Speaking of Flightline, here's a look at his most recent drill on December 19th, a minute and change, and you can see he's working by himself. He has had a couple of in-company works, and you can see he usually puts up a little bit faster time. So for him, this is a tick a little slower than he normally does. One thing I didn't love about it, TQ, was that he does take a little bit to switch leads. He didn't switch leads right away, and he doesn't look like he's doing a lot, though, right? I mean, it's not easy to go a minute and change and look like you're out for a Sunday stroll.
Yeah, and if you take a look at his front legs, he kind of hits hard, right? And that might be one of the reasons why he has a hard time putting together back-to-back races. He's also going to be off Lasix today for the first time. Be interested to see how he reacts. The good news is he runs against his own age group and gets Flavien Prat in the saddle. But nevertheless, he right now seems to be the rage of the crowd. But unlike you and I, we are not using him in our Golden Hour Pick 4 tickets.
Let's take a look at those Golden Hour Pick 4 tickets. We see this identically in this. And here's my reasoning. Not because I don't think Flightline is capable, not because I don't like Flightline. I just know if Flightline wins, the ticket is not going to pay very much. And because of the way this ticket structure is with the low takeout and the dollar minimum, I just wanted to try to find a little bit better price. And I didn't think that you'd get 5-1 on Dr. Schivel, in all honesty.
And you're also getting 5-1 on Triple Tap. And you're exactly right, Michelle. As a handicapper, at some point, you got to draw the line between risk and reward, right? If Flightline was up on the board right now at even money, we'd probably be fawning over him.
Yes.
But at 1 to 5, we're trying to beat him because we think there's value, and we both have the second choices, both Flightline and Triple Tap up on the board at 5-1.
Let's flip over to Golden Gate, which is the next leg in this Pick 4. This is the Golden Hour Pick 4. It is the last 2 races at Santa Anita and the last 2 races at Golden Gate Fields. I went a couple horses deep in here using the 1, the 2, and the 9. My top selection is the 2 Long Lance for Tim McKenna, who gets a cutback in distance and is a perfect 1-for-1 on synthetic.
We agree on the 2. That's the only horse that we agree on, but for good reasons. You mentioned Long Lance, 1-for-1 on synthetic. Also earned a career best Beyer speed figure of 82, 2 races back after shipping in from Emerald Downs. So certainly he has room to improve now going from a sprint to a route on the synthetic surface.
Flipping back to Santa Anita, the final race of this opening day card is the last grade 1 of the year, although it has been moved from the turf course to the dirt. So that official graded stakes rating will be downgraded for right now, although it can be moved back up to a grade 1. We'll still call it what it is because this field, TQ, stays intact despite the surface swap.
And that is great news. As a matter of fact, we've just got the program scratch of number 10, Eddie's New Dream. Whether this race was going to be run on turf or the main track, Michelle, I just had a hard time trying to figure out who the front runners might be. And as we've seen, the longer the distance, the more dangerous early speed becomes. That's why I like both 6 and 7. I think they're going to be basically forcing the pace. They're not going to be dueling with each other, but I think they could be dangerous if they get away with soft fractions. It's a deep field, a lot of competitive, graded stakes winners, but I think pace makes the race no matter what caliber of race you're looking at. That's why I'm using 6, 7 in the third leg of the Golden Hour pick 4.
I also used the 7 Burgoo Alley. I included the 5 as well going global, but I liked the 9 in there. Queen Goddess or Michael McCarthy already with a winner on the card today. She'll be trying dirt for the first time, but to me, her pedigree says it should be just fine. She is stepping back up in class. I just think that she's had some nice works on the main track. We know she wants more ground, or at least I feel like she wants more ground, so I wanted to include her there as well.
Easy to root for trainer Michael McCarthy, longtime assistant for trainer Todd Pletcher.
And then over to Golden Gate Fields for their finale. That'll be the last leg of this Golden Hour pick 4, a $4,000 claiming event. TQ, I went 2 horses deep. I used the 1 Rob's Lucky Spirit off the class drop here, and the 3 Ernest, 10-1 in the morning line for this gelding, who ran second last time out and was a winner 2 back.
We agree on number 3, Ernest. You can see finished second last time out, as you mentioned, to a next out winner. That next out winner earned a Beyer speed figure of 67. That bodes well for Ernest in this field. And I'll basically tackle the bait and go with number 6, Linfield, who is going to be the betting choice at 2-1 on the big class drop. Like Synthetic, has a win back on August 14th for $8,000. I'm a little bit concerned on the drop, but I'll still play 3-6 in the nightcap at Golden Gate.
That was a quick peek at our Golden Hour pick 4 tickets. There's still plenty of time to get yours in. Once again, that is the last 2 races at Santa Anita. The last 2 races at Golden Gate Fields. It is a low takeout. It is a $1 minimum wager and currently $82,000 in that pool. As we return to Santa Anita, TQ horses are now in the paddock for the grade 1 Run Happy Malibu. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Shivel, who we both like in here. This horse has not yet faced 3-year-olds in his 3-year-old year. Every race has been against older horses, and he is only 1 nose away from being undefeated for the season. I thought his Breeders' Cup sprint effort was a fantastic one. He just got nosed out late by Aloha West, and he has handled the testing 7 furlong distance before.
That was a dirty beat in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. The deep closer from the Wayne Catalano barn, Aloha West, nailed him right on the wire. But don't forget about the Santa Anita Sprint Championship effort as well, Michelle. You well know, breaking from the rail, jockey Flavian Pratt lost the right rein early in that race. So basically this horse ran without utilizing all of his equipment. That was very impressive, just like his effort in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
So now the question is, when you see this race, one of the reasons I think Flightline is getting hammered is not because he's just been dominating and brilliant in his first 2 starts, but on paper it appears he could be a lone speed horse, and when you try to catch him, it's very hard. We saw earlier on a couple of instances where the speed horses got left alone and they were able to hold on despite horses coming at them late. Does Dr. Shivel use a little bit more pace today to try to keep close?
You know, maybe because he's drawn inside, but at the same time, I think Baby Yoda, because of the post position, is going to have to go with Jose Ortiz in the irons. Last time out, kind of missed the break at Mahoning Valley Racetrack. Now gets the rail. Going to have to send from that inside post. I think he's the one that perhaps can soften up Flightline early.
I just want to mention, too, I did include a little side wager on my First Bet app on the 3 Stiletto Boy. He's 18-1 right now for Ed Moger. I love a horse with a turn back in distance. This horse ran okay sprinting. He's never gotten an opportunity to go 7 furlongs, and I think that his 5th place finish in the Breeders' Cup Classic was better than looked.
If the pace gets hot early, he could pick him up late.
We are heading out to post here. We're 10 minutes to go before the grade 1 Run Happy Malibu. We'll check back on the other side of the post parade.
Again, for this race, for prices, I like how the 7 is and also the 3. But I like it the 3 first, then the 7. I think those two will have a good shot at possibly beating the favorite, but I would add the favorite in there into your exotic plays. It's up to how you guys see it fit. En este cara, me gusta el 3 y el 7. Y lo puedes usar en tu exactas y trifectas y superfectas con el favorito. Good luck to everyone. Buena suerte a todos.
There is also a daily double on races 10 and 11. Here's the field for the Grade 1 Run Happy Malibu. Number 1 is Baby Yoda, owned by Pantafel Stable, Wachtel Stable, Barber et al., trained by Bill Mott, the jockey, Jose Ortiz. 2 is Timeless Bounty, owned by Willow's Green Stables, trained by Bob Hess Jr. with Umberto Rispoli. 3, Stiletto Boy, is owned by Steve Moger, trained by Ed Moger Jr., and written by Kent DeSormo. Number 4 is Dr. Shivel, owned by Red Baron's Barn, Rancho Temescal, Branch et al., trained by Mark Glatt with Juan Hernandez. Number 5 is Flightline, owned by Horonis Racing, Summer Wind Equine, West Point Thoroughbreds et al. He's trained by John Sadler and ridden by Flavien Pratt. 6 is Team Merchants, owned by Redham Racing, trained by Doug O'Neill with Mario Gutierrez. And completing the field is number 7, Triple Tap, owned by Summer Wind Equine, trained by Bob Baffert with John Velasquez. Post time in 6 minutes.
Bob Hess and I here, we're just looking at the tote board. He is 50 to 1, down from 80 to 1, but he was 50 to 1 last time and he won, Bob. How's he doing?
Honestly, this horse, you look at his form, but in person, he's an athlete. He loves his job. He's fast. He's healthy. He's ready to fly against Flightline. So we're going to have to do a lot of flying here.
You mentioned he's fast. When you look at his past performances, he's been as effective on the front end as he has from coming off the pace, which is the way he won.
You're not going to win this race by going fast early. I mean, we're not.
Yeah.
So hopefully they set it up for him and he picks up a large chunk, 3rd or better. I mean, I'm confident 3rd or better.
Now, you're a horse trainer. You've been in this business long enough to know when you've got a horse like Flightline that you're running against that's so lightly raced and unproven, do you think he validates the price that he's at right now?
If I was a gambler, I'd bet the Glatt horse because of that angle, because I've been beaten, or my horse have been beaten many times at 1 to 9, where they run a 105 buyer first out, and then we can't find him with search warrant. But he is a brilliant horse.
All right, well, appreciating the competition here. Bob Hess, thank you very much, and best of luck with your long shot.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks so much to Millie and Bob Hess. A lot of candidness in that interview. So we know that horse is not going to go for the lead, but still feeling really confident putting Timeless Bounty in here. I would be shocked.
But the owners are on a free roll, right? Michelle claimed for $15,000 3 races back. This is probably a dream come true, right? To run in the Grade 1 Malibu against his own age group. I would be shocked as well, but they get Umberto Rispoli to ride. So I've seen stranger things at the racetrack, that's for sure.
Speaking of ownerships, you notice that the ownership group of Flightline includes not only West Point Thoroughbreds and Horonis Racing, but also Summer Wind Equine, who are the lone owners of the 7 Triple Tap. The brother here, 2 Triple Crown winner, American Pharaoh. He's also an undefeated perfect 2 for 2, same as Flightline. Although his win margins are not as impressive, he's intriguing here simply because I feel like we don't know how good he is. Flightline, we're aware he is brilliant, but Triple Tap might be able to show some improve because he's not something that's super flashy in the mornings.
There's two things that I really like about Triple Tap, which is why he's on my golden hour pick 4 ticket, just like you, Michelle. First of all, he broke his maiden on debut at 7 furlongs. You're a horsewoman. You know how hard it is not only to win first time out, but first time going 7 furlongs. So we know he likes the distance. He's only one of 2 in here that has won on the distance, including Dr. Shivel. And also his race from his debut to his second career start, his Beyer speed figures jumped up 14 points. What if they jump up another 14 points, which is very possible in his third lifetime start? I love the draw. Obviously, hot connections. Johnny V, welcome to SoCal with 4 winners on today's card. To me, he is definitely the value play of the race at 9-2 on the board right now.
Well, we know that they're going to go fast up front, even if Flightline's out there on his own. He's just naturally quick. So Triple Tap maybe won't be having a horse come back to him, but the pace should be fair enough for him.
No doubt about it. And Johnny V can kind of decide what he wants to do. If the pace is slow, which I'm not expecting, he can be closer. If it gets hot, then he can kind of bide his time on the outside. His hand is not as forced like it would be if he was riding Baby Yoda, as we talked before they came out onto the track, because Baby Yoda, in my opinion, is going to have to show that early speed in order to be a contender in the race.
A great one run. Happy Malibu is about 2 minutes to post. The golden hour pick 4 does begin here with $125,000 nearly in that pool. Speaking of hot, Zoe Cadman is on the track right now, taking a look at these horses as they warm up. I thought Flightline had a little bit of lather between his legs. Maybe Zoe can confirm or deny. I know she wants to say something about the big chestnut Triple Tap.
Yeah, Michelle, I'm picking up what you're throwing down out there. I think Triple Tap looks phenomenal. Now, he's really not getting as much play as a half-brother to a champion American Pharaoh should, especially an undefeated one. I think part of it is because Flavian Pratt has taken off to ride Flightline, but Triple Tap outside looking in, Johnny V looking for win number 5. I bet if you said that to Johnny V this morning at about 7 a.m., hey, you know, by the Malibu, you're looking for win number 5, he would have been like, oh, shucks, you're kidding. So I think Triple Tap has warmed up very, very nicely. He gets such a good draw on the outside of these horses. I cannot throw him out. As far as Flightline, he's pumped. He is on absolute tilt. I think he's either going to win or you're not going to find him. He's obviously the best horse in the race. Numbers wise, Flavian Pratt chose to ride him. He's getting a little bit hot. He's getting a little bit amped up, probably more so than I've seen from him in his 2 prior starts. But he certainly is the horse to beat and has the resume. But they are all beatable, and that is why you run the race. As far as the 4, Dr. Shivel is concerned, I love a horse that's game. I love a horse that's been in a dogfight, and he has been in some dogfight. So if I'm trying to up.
And the minutos, the fractions of the horse of the number 3, I like a lot, especially because at the longer distance it ran, it would be too short, too long for it. So the cut back in distance should help out very well. En este carrera me gusta el 3 por precio porque se puede tener buen tiempo. Estaba corriendo más largo y no podía tener chance. Y está cortando más distancia. O sea, tiene un buen chance de ganar. Para un precio. So, again, me gusta el número 3 y el 7. Puede estar con el 5 para una exacta y trifecta. I like the 3 and the 7, so you guys can add into your exotic plays. Good luck to everyone.
Flightline taking up his spot. Team Merchants, Dr. Shivel. Triple Tap completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Run Happy Malibu. And Team Merchants is very quick away from there. Flightline wasn't that fast out of the gate, but he moves up effortlessly now to take the lead. Baby Yoda at the rail is close up, just a length off the leader. Then comes Stiletto Boy in fourth, 3 lengths off the pace. Dr. Shivel hustled up, one from the outside. Triple Tap is next with 4 lengths to make up, and Timeless Bounty is at the back of the field. It's Flightline who passes the half-mile pole in hand by a half length. Baby Yoda, Team Merchants side by side. Stiletto Boy is in fourth. Dr. Shivel, Red Silks, 4 off the pace. A length and a half more back to Triple Tap. And at the back of the field, it's Timeless Bounty. Flightline sailing away, coming to the quarter pole, opening up a length and a half on Team Merchants. Baby Yoda trying to get off the rail. In behind them, Dr. Shivel. Triple Tap is last as Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control. Flightline, a superstar, is dominating the Run Happy Malibu, and he's going to turn this into his easiest win yet. Flightline, jogging home under Flavian Pratt, wins by a distance. Baby Yoda second, Stiletto Boy, and then Triple Tap. The running time, 1:21.37 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that we direct your attention to the Run Happy Winners Circle. As one of the greatest jockeys in racing history, Lafitte Pinkeye Jr. presents the trophy for today's Grade 1 Run Happy Malibu Stakes to the connections of Flightline, a 14-time leading rider at Santa Anita's traditional winter-spring meeting. Lafitte Pinkeye is Santa Anita's all-time leading jockey with 2,860 wins at the Great Race Plays. A 5-time winner of the Santa Anita Handicap, including with Affirmed in 1979 and with John Henry in 1980. Lafitte Pinkeye Jr. won the Santa Anita Derby 7 times and was America's Eclipse champion jockey 5 times. Lafitte retired as the world's winningest jockey with 9,530 wins, and he remains the gold standard for jockeys in American racing. Lafitte, we love you and wish you a happy 75th birthday this coming Wednesday. The one and only Lafitte Pinkeye Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Brittany Urton.
For race number 11 in the final leg, as my prize horse in my pick 3, and also one that may have a great shot at coming in, I like the 8. May have some great bloodlines and should be able to handle the track well. En esta carrera número 11, para un precio, me gusta el número 8 porque tiene buen sangre y también tiene la distancia, puede ser una buena carrera.
out our card on our opening day festivities. Welcome back, everybody. Peter Lurie alongside Michelle Yu. It is paying out. I'll tell you, the pick six, pick fives, everything is paying well today going into the last race.
Which is good to note. We did beat some favorites. You had a heavy favorite there. That was goosebump enticing performance.
Monster in the making. Absolutely.
And I know they don't have a pace picked out, but I did read all over that John Sadler says stretching out.
And that's what we want to see. Congratulations out to the partnership there and trainer John Sadler and Flavion Pratt, who basically was just along for the ride. That's beautiful. Taking a look at this race again on the dirt now, the actual betting favorite as we're looking at our golden hour late doubles. I think it's interesting. We don't have a ton of commonality. In fact, we part waves in the second race up at Golden Gate.
Yeah, the Golden Gate race wasn't an easy one by any means. My golden hour pick four is out because I tried to be smart and play against Flightline. I had the second horse, the winner of the Golden Gate race. But now I'm just kind of hoping that the golden hour double comes in here, relying on not only the favorite, but two other horses. I also used the 7 at 13 to 1 Burgu Alley, the other D'Amato, and the 9 Queen Goddess for Michael McCarthy stretching out and stepping up today.
I like on that sixth race, Linfield to me up at Golden Gate. Jonathan Wong never faced this low of a group before. Is a 5 for 13 on the all weathers at the distance. Figure if I couldn't pick him, I had no idea who was going to win.
My top pick at the Golden Gate race was the one Rob's Lucky Spirit off the class drop down. He's been facing $8,000 horses. I feel like this is probably a better spot for him. He does need some help up front, though.
You got an interesting horse in here as a price as your top horse. Queen Goddess here for Michael McCarthy. Horse comes into Del Mar after what was a kind of an average race in the QE2 Cup over Keeneland.
I don't think she liked the yielding ground at Keeneland in the QE2, so I think coming over here, even on the main track, it's going to give her a little bit more solid footing than you saw there. I thought that her race at Del Mar was good. Obviously, we never like when a horse hits the front and then settles for second, or in her case third, but broke all the way from the outside. I think that maybe coming on dirt today could be an interesting angle for her.
Millie Ball standing by in the paddock. Millie?
Very much, Peter. Well, looking at these fillies, really pretty fillies down here in the paddock. Fluffy Socks for trainer Chad Brown. She's been here about 3 weeks. It's tough to get a flight right now, so she's been out here for a while and had several works over Santa Anita, which I think is good. Leo Powell usually takes care of her when she ships in for Chad Brown, and he said she's a very uncomplicated filly. To me, she looked a little bit light in the flesh. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more weight on her. Closing remarks. Going global always seems to just get the jump on closing remarks. So I'd like to see maybe a little bit more of an aggressive move on closing remarks. I think the distance should be very advantageous to her at 1.25 miles, and we'll see if she handles the dirt. She certainly ran well in the Fleet Street over it. So Pete, 9 minutes until race number 11.
Thank you, Millie. Horses coming out on the track, 9 minutes to post. We'll be back after the post parade. The golden hour double pool already at 13,812.
Mile and a quarter on the main track, scratch 10, Eddie's New Dream. 7 minutes, started the golden hour double. Here's the field. Number 1, Fluffy Socks, owned by Head of Plains Partners, trained by Chad Brown and ridden by Mike Smith. 2 is Core Values, owned by BBN Racing, trained by Victoria Oliver with Abel Cedillo. 3, Closing Remarks, is owned by Harris Farms, trained by Carla Gaines. Joe Bravo up. 4, Nicest, owned by Katsumi Yoshida, trained by Michael McCarthy with John Velasquez. 5, Going Global, is owned by Dub, Gewurz, Netwig et al., trained by Phil D'Amato with Flavienne Pratt. 6 is Charges Dropped, owned by Cheyenne Stables, trained by Michael McCarthy with Kent DeSormo. 7, Burgoo Alley, owned by CYBT, Netwig and Pagano, trained by Phil D'Amato with Umberto Rispoli. 8, Ivy League, owned by Ellen J. Foxwoods, trained by Richard Mandela with Kyle Frey. 9 is Queen Goddess, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Tolo Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael McCarthy. Juan Hernandez up. And 11, Single Soul, is owned by Team Hanley, Drown and Ryan, trained by Michael McCarthy with Jose Ortiz.
Five minutes out to the American Oaks, 1.25 again on the main track. Track listed as fast. Obviously 6-5 favoritism trying to beat here, but there were a couple of horses that I think do make sense. Fluffy Socks, I guess maybe doesn't look as big as they were hoping, but that win last time out at Sandpoint, very impressive, but they're on main track, and this horse has never done that before.
Yeah, and I don't love her pedigree as much for coming onto the main track as some of the other horses, although she did have a very fast half-mile work here at Santa Anita. Like Millie had mentioned, she's been out here for a few weeks. The 47 and change shows that maybe she's not going to dislike it as much as we're thinking. Mike Smith going to be aboard. You can see she's a little diminutive. Mike Smith looks a little large on her, but she seems to be warming up with really good energy. I originally, when it was on grass, used her in my top 3, but I ixnayed her once it got moved to dirt. Maybe I made a mistake watching her warm up.
Or values in front of us there for Victoria Oliver. This horse was kind of an even 5th on a yielding course at Keeneland in the Valley View.
But you go back to her earlier races, she actually broke her maiden on the main track down at Tampa. She didn't break great that day, but she was a 7-length winner. She has not been able to duplicate that effort on the main track, and she has had a little bit better success on the turf course subsequently. But one of those main track was a sloppy track. Maybe she didn't like it. And the other one was first time versus winners. It was at Keeneland. We know how tough those races could be. She would surprise me, but then I think she's the horse that you can go back and be like, but this, but this, but this.
3-horse Closing Remarks would get us home in the pick 6 and the pick 4 here, but this is a horse strictly basing it on that July 23rd 7 furlong in the Fleet Treat against Calbreds. A decent third last time out. Whether or not that's going to transfer to a 1.25 miles remains to be seen.
I did utilize her in my late pick 4, which is still alive, Pete, so I wouldn't be opposed to see her win here at double-digit odds. She's coming off a break, but I feel like she can run well off of the freshening. And I think that distance-wise, from a pedigree standpoint, she should be able to handle it.
Nicest, the 4, the daughter of American Pharaoh, obviously bred for the main track. The works, they're okay, but they're not exactly what I would call grade 1 material.
And that is a little troublesome, but it could also just be because she's a long distance type horse. That being said, is 1.25 miles going to be long enough for her? Probably, but she hasn't yet broke through this year. I wouldn't be completely surprised just because she's an American Pharaoh and Mike McCarthy's so good at this, and obviously Johnny V's having a huge day, but she was just kind of one of those middle of the road horses that if she wins, you're like, oh, well, she beat me, but you know, it's just hard to put on top.
few minutes to post the pool at 26,222. That is going to do it for the two of us and for Millie Ball. Zoe Cadman standing by, win, lose, or draw, folks. Checking with us again tomorrow with her final thoughts. Let's go out to Zoe Cadman. Zoe?
Thanks so much, Pete. Watching these girls walk up, I can see what you mean by fluffy socks. The one, she's not very big, but hey, good things come in small packages, guys. I watched her train all summer at Saratoga. She's a very good filly. She's trained very, very well. Even watching her gallop over this main track here at Santa Anita, I see no reason why she won't like it. She's just going to have to get a cagey ride from the Hall of Famer Mike Smith, because I've been saying all day, it's mainly the kickback for a lot of these horses that they don't like turf horses running on the dirt. So she comes from quite a bit off of it. I think maybe we'll see Mike Smith just try and get her a little bit in the clear and put her a little bit closer. As far as the two is a long shot, that's Core Values. This was the only one that got a solo warm-up on her own under Abel Cedillo, something he likes to do a lot. So that leads me to believe perhaps we're going to see a little bit of speed from the two Core Values. Pick of the paddock for me was the 3 closing remarks for trainer Carla Gaines. I think this filly has been screaming out for more distance, and she's going to get it today. She's run actually quite well on the main track before, and I think it's just really a question of where Joe Bravo opts to put her. She looks like a filly who is definitely knocking on the door. A big bright eye on the 3 closing remarks, who might be my top pick in here, seeing as they're running on the grass. It's going to be closing remarks for me, the 3, along with a Fluffy Socks, the 1, and we'll see what Going Global can do. She has been unbeaten thus far with Flavian Pratt aboard.
It's post time for the American Oaks at 1.25 miles on the main track. Last few left to load. Going Global. Single Soul. They're in the gate. And they're off in the American Oaks. Charges dropped. Going Global is hustled up for early speed. Burgu Alley up close to Ivy League, and here's Queen Goddess. And Queen Goddess is faster than all of them and takes the lead. Single Soul now moves into second. They're followed on the inside by Burgu Alley, joined third, and Ivy League between rivals fourth. Then Nicest, fifth on the outside of Charges dropped. It's another length and a half back. Going Global and Closing Remarks are together toward the back of the field. Core Values is second to last, and Fluffy Socks is at the back. More than a dozen of front-running Queen Goddess, who shows the way and clears off to lead it by 2. Single Soul is in second, followed by Burgu Alley, comfortable in third. Ivy League is fourth, 4 lengths off the leader. Then Charges dropped on the inside of Nicest. That pair followed by Going Global, who's in some traffic at this stage, right next to Closing Remarks, who goes by her. Core Values inches up down at the rail, and 2 more to Fluffy Socks. There's a half mile to go in the American Oaks. And Queen Goddess and Juan Hernandez bounding along. Now the lead is up to 3. Single Soul in second. Ivy League puts her head into third. On the outside, Nicest is gaining a little bit of momentum in fourth. The same can be said for Going Global. Going Global making a nice move now along the inside, taking second as they come toward the quarter pole. It's Queen Goddess by 3. Going Global cutting into the margin a bit. Then Nicest in third. From the back of the field, Fluffy Socks has surfaced with a dangerous bid on the far outside. They turn for home. Queen Goddess now confronted by Nicest. And Nicest is coming with a furious rally. Queen Goddess, Nicest are 1-2. 4 lengths back to Fluffy Socks. Going Global drops back. And Queen Goddess just keeps on going. Queen Goddess all the way in the American Oaks. A big race for Michael McCarthy as Nicest finishes second. Then it was Fluffy Socks in third, followed by Ivy League in fourth.